Hear me? Can y'all hear me now? I think it's now. So much for you saying you're going to get on last night. Yeah, I thought about it, and then I said, "Oh, if I get on this late, I'm gonna be on for a long time." Child, changed my mind. But yes, hey everybody, we're gonna talk about Dave Chappelle because people keep asking me to talk about this. And I have actually talked about it before, but we can talk about it again. I actually have watched the special. Um, because let me think. I'll answer that later. But yes, I've watched the special and I want to talk about it. So yes, I am a black trans woman. I am a fan of Dave Chappelle. Um, so y'all might want to hear my opinions about it. So we're going to talk about it. Um, Congrats on my award. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Do I have it close to me? I don't. I don't have it close. Oh, yes, I do. 1 second. So I won. The reason why I didn't come on last night is because I won an award, the Monica Roberts Award, the 2021 Monica Roberts Award at the National Trans Visibility March. They did the Torch Awards, and yeah, I got an award. And the ceremony. I usually go live at 7 Central, and they the ceremony was during that time, so I couldn't do it at the same time. But I'm so honored and happy for it. It's nothing, you know. I've gotten other awards and shit right here for my podcast and my work and stuff like that. But it's nothing like getting awards from your own people because this is a trans led movement, and it's nothing like getting an award from your own people. Of course, there's awards that you get from outside communities that are great, but the awards that I get from my own folks really mean a lot because it is your own people. It is your own. It's affirmation that what you do or what you contribute to the movement um, is important to them, and that's who it's for. So I think that's really, really important, and I appreciate it, and I'm honored. I've been doing this work for a long time without any recognition. So to my no, I don't want to say without recognition, without public recognition. People slide in my inbox, people hit me up and give me affirmation and recognition all the time. So I appreciate them. So I don't want to belittle that. Um, but that's so important to me as well. But I rarely get public recognition. So for that to happen, it was really beautiful and I appreciate it. It was me and tons of other people. So y'all can go back and watch the ceremony. It is the Torch Awards. It is on, I think the site is National Trans Visibility March. I think you can Google it and find it through there. But yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, Raven. I probably would have forgot about it. But thank you. Thank you all for watching. If y'all had watched the ceremony, it was really, really good. I am eating, one the beautiful thing that I love about Lizzo being a fat girl is that when you see her on her platform, she don't mind eating. Anybody who's been fat or is fat, that sometimes eating can give you some kind of anxiety around eating publicly because everybody like, oh, look at this fat bitch eating. But Lizzo don't mind eating publicly, and she is like me. I don't mind eating publicly. So what I am eating today is some greens and hot water cornbread. So there's two ways that I cook greens. I cook greens the old school way, like everybody know the old school way. You put them in a pot with some water, with after the meat that you done boiled in the water has flavored the water, and you done cleaned them, you done rinsed them, you done pulled the stem out, and blah 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 blah. The old school Thanksgiving, I call it the Thanksgiving way. But the everyday way, I cook like this. Like if I'm just wanting some greens, I cook greens like I do cabbage. So I will put I will cut up some various color bell peppers, so like orange, yellow, red, and some onions and some garlic and some sausage, jalapeno sausage, some red pepper flakes, some salt, of course, a little bit of cayenne pepper, and then you put them in a pan, a wide pan, not a big pot like you normally do. Put them in a pan. Now, anybody know like greens and cabbage? They make their own water. So put them in a pan, cover it up, let all them flavors, blah, blah, blah. You know it's going to boil down. And then it just is so quick and easy and flavorful. It's not like your regular greens where you got to sit them on the pot and let them simmer into the meat. It's just really, really quick. I like both ways, but every day, not a holiday way. This is quick and easy. And throw some hot water cornbread in there. Hot water cornbread is just cornbread. Well, the way I make it, milk, cornmeal, sugar, little bit of salt, some shortening, either some shortening, some lard, some shortening is like Crisco. Um, some you can get for I don't just have a big bucket of lard, but I have a little bitty bucket of lard because it's a certain flavor that I like. And you put it in there, mix it up, get you like a cast iron skillet or any kind of skillet, but I use cast iron because I'm old and I'm country. Cast iron, puts the oil in the bottom, put it like about a fourth high in the pan. Get the pan hot. The just like you do pancakes, except to make it perfect, it's a little bit it's not as wet as pancakes. So it shouldn't be dry, like you got a dry ass fucking thing of cornmeal, but it should be enough for you to take the spoon and scoop it out and kind of form it. It shouldn't be super dry, but it shouldn't be super wet either. And so you take it, put it in the pan, and then you kind of spread it out into the circular form that you see. And then like a pancake, you let it sizzle in the oil and flip it over, da da da. And then you get these. It's just like buttery, it's sweet. It's just a quick way to get some cornbread. And it's really good. And I love it with my greens. And super, super easy. The cayenne pepper and the red pepper flakes give the greens a lot of like heat and savory, but the sugar in the hot water cornbread, balance it out with a little bit of sweetness. Ah, praise the Lord. Hey, Shanae, start your own cooking channel. Child, I do not have the bandwidth to do a channel about cooking. Ma'am, this is the most auntie thing I have ever seen, and I love it so damn much. I am literally and figuratively a auntie. And I'm 40 now. I'm 40. So I feel like I don't feel disrespected when somebody call me auntie. When I was in my 30s, I'm like, bitch, I ain't old enough to be auntie yet. Figurative auntie. What do the greens taste like? Does it taste like green beans or more spinach? No, it don't taste like spinach. Spinach has a particular taste. Um, it tastes like greens. It tastes like regular greens. It doesn't taste like green beans. These are collard greens. So Like however they taste like collard greens. They just I don't know. It's just the quick way. It's not you ain't using. I don't know what y'all put in y'all greens, but in my greens I put the um yeah. Spinach has its own kind of bitterness. Um, I use smoked turkey necks or like smoked turkey necks or ham hocks for my greens. And so, you boil the meat in the water first with the seasoning and the onions, and if you put potatoes, sometimes you put a turnip or a potato. Um, Collards are a little bit more firmer. Yes, a rough. Hmm, I wouldn't say rough, but yes, they are heavier green, thicker. Yes, I think mustards are a bit bitter. Yes, they are. I think they're a little. They are a different flavor. Hmm. I don't know. I don't mind mustard greens, but collards are my favorite. I just like the thickness of the leaf. In the same way spinach kind of gets flimsy and weak, I think um turnips and mustard get like that too. I like the texture of collards. Maybe just thicker. Yeah, because collards are the smooth ones. Their skin is kind of smooth and veiny. Spinach goes bad quickly. I don't really fuck with spinach like that. Well, no, no, no. I don't want to say that. I don't eat spinach like cooked. I like spinach raw, like in a salad or in its in its raw form. I don't really cook spinach. And we're gonna get started with the Dave Chappelle conversation in about 2-3 minutes. We just kind of here we kind of chit chat for a minute just to let people come on in. It's dope as hell on a sandwich. Yeah, raw cooked. That's another thing that I don't like about spinach. You put a whole pan of spinach into something, and honey, that shit shrinks down. Probably. Well, that's why like um that's why the trainers and shit want you to eat spinach and stuff because it has a lot of water content. Honey, you put a whole pan of spinach and that shit, you get a little corner of spinach. No. No, thank you. Does anyone eat chili with rice? I have seen it done. I don't. It's like one of those things. I don't put noodles in my chili. Like I like there are people be putting spaghetti noodles and macaroni noodles and shit like that. I don't put noodles in my chili. My chili is meat, kidney beans, bell peppers, the seasoning, garlic. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. And I eat it with cornbread or crackers. But like, did my question show up? Did you ask something, Wild Read? Let's see. Wild. No, your question didn't show up. I didn't see it, Wild Read. Are you using words that are banned or showing links or anything like that? That's the only thing that would be make it block. I have certain words banned, but they're usually disrespectful words like the N word, the F word, the T word, You can't say stuff like that. I top with sour cream and cheese. I rarely have when I cook chili. I rarely have sour cream and cheese, but I have had that. I like it. Yeah, my one of the staff members at my group home, Fred, rest in peace. I loved him. He used to make his chili, and it wasn't nasty, but he made chili with noodles. And I have my settings on my live set to where if you are a new subscriber, I'm sorry. But if you subscribed 3 hours before I started, then you can comment. But you have to have been a subscriber 3 hours from the time I started. What that helps me with is random people can't come into my live feed who are not subscribers and put nigger, nigger, nigger in that word, F word, asking me dumb shit like, are you a man? Or they can't just come in and comment and spam. We were having a problem with that a couple of months ago. And so YouTube gave us an option to be able to say um only people who can actually comment is people who have been a subscriber, and we get to we get to choose the amount of time they have been a subscriber. So I choose 3 hours because if you've been a subscriber 3 hours before I start, more than likely you're like a real subscriber and you're not some crazy ass lunatic that just wants to be rude. But y'all have noticed that we haven't had those trolls. We haven't had those trolls. But all right, there is a point to this conversation. Ooh, my alarm has went off. It says 8 o'clock, stop eating. Because I'm on intermittent fasting. I only eat from 12 to 8. So I have an alarm that says start eating, and I have an alarm that says stop eating. But if you know anything about intermittent fasting, it's not exactly long. I try not to go past 8:30 or if I haven't already eaten. But I want to make sure I get my food in. And if you ain't never tried intermittent fasting to lose weight, you need to try it. Because I was 230 a month ago, 235 a month ago. And now I am not two nothing, not 235, I'm sorry, 335. And now I am 310 in a month. So y'all need to try that shit. This shit's working. Now my question should be showing. No, it's still not showing. What are you trying to ask? I don't understand why is it not going through. I see. Did my question show up, y'all? And then now it didn't say anything. And then now it says now my question should be showing. It's not showing at all. Um. Do you drink during eating? Yeah, I drink water. You can't take no calories in. You can drink like tea with no sugar. You can drink water. I have those little things that you spray into. Y'all be seeing me drink it. Where you spray into your water that has no calories. You just can't take any calories or anything that's gonna spike your insulin. So I'm just drinking water. But I also do it to where I'm sleep, child. I'm sleep most of the time. I usually wake up at like 10 o'clock. What are your thoughts on Flame and Rose statements to Don Lemon on CNN? I don't follow Flame, so I don't know anything about what she does. So I can't give you my opinion on somebody that um I don't follow. And Flame blocked me years ago, even before like her this go round of her being famous. This go round, me and her have my gay son Brandon is a mutual friend of hers. And um before the Tiffany Haddish special, before any of that, he used to be she used to be on his Facebook, and I had to read her, and she blocked me because I read her. My dad loves you. Oh, hey, Dad. But did she say anything? She said she is black before she is LGBT. Oh, I can answer that question. So are you that's that's a very common um that's a very common sentiment, and that has something to do with what we're talking about. So we can get into the subject matter. That's a very common thing for conservative black people. That is a common stance where I'm black before LGBT, particularly black men. They think that you should prioritize um, being black. Me, I am every identity that I come through the door in, I prioritize all at one time. I come in as a black person. I come in as a woman. I come in as an LGBT plus AI, all those letters that y'all hate for to try to memorize, all that shit. I come in as far as the gay community. I come in all of that. I come in as a trans person, come through the door. Everything, when I walk into a room, every single thing comes in at one time. I come in as a light skinned black person. I come in as a working class hood person. I come in as all those things all at once. I cannot leave anything at the door. And do you know who else doesn't leave anything at the door? If they know all of those things, oppression doesn't leave anything at the door. Anybody who wants to oppress me that knows all those things. Now, there are some of those identities that can be hidden. Not everybody knows I'm trans coming to the door. Maybe not. And there's some of those identities that I can't hide. I can't hide that I'm fat. I can't hide that I'm black. I can't hide that I'm tall. I'm 5'11". I can't. There are certain things that I can't hide. Lucky because of clothing, clothing, and a level of possibility that I have. People don't know I'm trans. Now, if I walked around naked, they would know. And when I'm coming into a room, like Amara just said, I have the pressure of knowing myself that all of those things are coming in the room. Got it? So I'm one of them people that believes when you say, I am black first, what that is telling me is that in your mind, There's a hierarchy of which one of those identities are important. And so, in that realm, it lets me know that there are some of those in yourself, in your politics, there are some of those identities that you are willing to throw under the bus because you have a hierarchy. Me, myself, I don't have a hierarchy. I'm not throwing nobody under the bus when it comes to my own identities. So my transness is important to me. My blackness is important to me. My womanhood is important to me. My class is important to me. All the demographics that I fit, all of them are important. And I'm not laying one down to prop one up. That's not going to happen because, as a wonderful Black feminist theorist across decades have taught us, that doesn't work. The weight, the Black men's wait, let us handle the race stuff and then we'll deal with the gender stuff, if they even are saying that it's a problem. Most of the time they thinking that, oh, your place is to be beneath me, you're woman. So what do we need to fix about that, woman? I'm the man. That's if they even come close to even think that what you're saying as a woman is a problem. But most of them don't even do that. Most of particularly Black men, and Flame is a Black man. She is a father of 3. The Flame part is her drag persona, but when she goes home, she's a man. And she has said this, so I'm not misgendering her. That is a whole man that has went through surgeries and put titties on her chest so she can be a drag queen. Got it? I want to make this is what she has said. Now I'm not misgendering her. This is what I'm saying she because we're talking about Flame, the persona. But she has said, I am Marcus Parker when I go home. I'm a father of 3. My children know what's up. When I go to school, I'm a man, da 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 da. Now, let's talk about language. She was on CNN saying that she is trans. She is trans, but she's not a trans woman. She is transgender. We have to talk about language. Transgender is an umbrella term. A lot of people have a problem with that umbrella because there are people under it that they like, ooh, I don't want to be that. I have a problem with that too. That umbrella term can include many gender non-conforming people. Okay? So I know transsexual is kind of antiquated. People are not really using that anymore. Now, for me, I consider myself a transsexual. I consider myself a trans woman. I consider myself transgender. So trans for her is just a short for transgender. And so she is included in that narrative, but she is not what I am. I don't come out of it. It's not a persona for me. This is my identity. Got it? Um, um, what else? I really feel like Flame is like a non-binary person, kind of. I feel like she is just a more femme, non-binary person, honestly. But I can't tell Flame how to identify. I'm just going by I'm going to always respect what Flame told me that she is. And what Flame has said on multiple occasions is that she is a man that consider herself trans when she get up in. This is just a thing for her. She has gotten surgery, but she is a father. She's a man. When I go home, I'm a man. I take all of this shit off. I put on my hats. I take off my makeup, put on the big suit jacket so I can be a boy and da 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 da. You know, so I'm gonna, I don't consider her a trans woman. Consider her trans, but I don't consider her a trans woman. But this is based off what she said. One of the main things about Dave Chappelle that advanced drag. That's funny. Yes, she does trans drag where she has gotten body work done. Caitlyn Jenner refers to herself as a father, but she doesn't refer to herself as a man. And I think based on what Caitlyn has said, Caitlyn is referring to herself as a father because she doesn't want her children to be uncomfortable with whatever language that they use to respect her. And also, Caitlyn was a man and their father for many, many years, was a man for 65 plus. And so there is a certain level of identifying with her old self that she does. So, because Caitlyn is a trans woman. I don't know what that is. AM. I don't know what that means, but so I hope we don't misgender people here. Was she defending Dave? Well, so let's talk about Dave. So first of all, I want to make it very clear. I have my own personal sense of humor. I have a very dark and politically incorrect sense of humor. Some things that are inappropriate, disrespectful, blah, 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 add on the negative adjectives, I find hilarious. I find inappropriate jokes hilarious. I find there is a dark side to my humor that when I hear jokes, even if they are about me or about my community, of any identity that I'm part of, that is a good one or a really catchy, although it may be problematic, I find them to be funny. I laugh. I can understand that I can see the problematic nature of the joke, but I still find it funny and I can still find it entertaining. For example, Archie Bunker. Now this is this is not my generation. This is actually a generation way older than me. But I remember being little watching it. Archie Bunker from All in the Family. Archie Bunker, his character was a problematic character. Intentionally. He was racist. He was a conservative white man on a show. A conservative white patriarch on a show he was so problematic. But that was the point of the character. Hey, time, but I'm going to calculate. Yes, there's going to be some things that are said that are funny, and I understand that they are problematic, but I'm going to laugh. And I have some guilty pleasures in my life that don't align with my politics. For example, you know who I fucking love that I ain't never going to cancel? Amazon. Amazon is my motherfucking shit. They deliver my groceries to my door. I ain't got to go to no store. I can just click and boom, my groceries come to the store. My health food, my problem with my dieting has been I will go to the store, buy all my food, and in 2 weeks I ain't got no food and I don't feel like going to the store. And then so I go out to eat. For the last 2 weeks of the month, I go out to eat. After spending money on all this food. But now what it has done for me is it literally, I can just order and it just comes. So when I run out of food, it just comes and it'll be healthy choices that I have thought about. And oh my God, this is amazing and easy. It is so convenient. I read for my TikTok. I redecorated one area of my living room for me to do TikTok videos. Follow me on TikTok, Diamond Styles. um, I, and it was so easy. I just looked up everything and found it, and they just came. I didn't have to go to any stores, nothing. They just came, and it was perfect. I love me some motherfucking Amazon. I love me some Amazon. Does Amazon align with my politics? Am I gonna support? Every time I see a meme, every time I see a link, every time I see them being called out, am I gonna support it in that way to share if they doing some shady shit? Yes. But am I gonna stop putting my credit card in and saying, ooh, I need a new vacuum? No, I'm not. It feels like Chick-fil-A. I don't fuck with Chick-fil-A at all, but I don't like their food. So I don't care. You know who was a sacrifice? Papa John's. I love Papa John's pizza, but I stopped fucking with them. I was able to stop fucking with them once he was supporting Trump and all that shit. I stopped fucking with them. I love me some Papa John's though. If somebody else buys some Papa John's, I'm fucking it up. But I don't shop at Papa John's no more. But there are certain things that that are too convenient for me, and Amazon is one of them. So there's yeah. So there's also, this may be a surprise to some of y'all, but I very, very rarely, if ever, cancel permanently Black women. I may not support you. I might not I may not watch your shit or go to the movies for you or whatever it is that I engage with. I might not just engage with it, but I'm never gonna call Black women to be canceled. Even like the scum of the fucking earth, Black women like Candace Owens. Candace, milk them motherfucking white people. Milk them. I'm glad for you. Milk the motherfuckers. That's how I think. I'm not gonna support your ass. I'm not gonna fuck with you, but I'm not. I just don't cancel Black women. I don't call for them to be canceled. Read they motherfucking ass. Read them as much as possible. Push them, get them to learn. Let them know where they going wrong. Keep calling them out. Keep calling them out. Keep calling them out. But cancel, nope. I'm not gonna cancel. Not Black women. I'm sorry. It's just not gonna happen. I give Black women all the grace. I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna tell you when you're wrong. I'm gonna tell you, when you're being problematic. But I'm never gonna call for your cancellation ever. I'm never gonna do that. I give them all the grace. That's just what it is. What do you think about Shane Dawson? I don't follow Jane Dawson. I don't follow Who's Number One on YouTube. So I have no idea. I have no thoughts. I'm canceling anyone who harm my social standing and threaten my legal standing, including Black women. Work. And I'm here for you making that decision. Diamond Styles doesn't cancel Black women. Do I call them out? Absolutely. When they're wrong, do I let them know? Absolutely. But I give Black women the grace to change. It don't And change don't always happen fast. Sometimes you got to keep calling bitches out, you know. And so I give them the grace to change because this world don't give us no grace. Okay. Um, I don't think that's pedestalizing them. I think I can give them grace. I think I can give them grace. I give them grace. This doesn't mean that I don't call, like I said, this doesn't mean that I don't call them out. This doesn't mean that I have too much of a relationship with black women, and I understand the complex that they're up against. I can see how a Candace Owens could be made. Should should I be pushing her to change? Absolutely. Should I be calling her out? Absolutely. I understand that. I understand why she is who she is. So I give them grace. That doesn't mean they shouldn't get called out. I think pedestalizing her would be me not calling her out, or I don't say anything to black women. No, that would be silly. Unfortunately, I find cis black women being the most shady and standoffish to me. I wish they rock with us like we do. Yeah, I live in a different world. Black women are not the shadiest and standoffish to me. I don't live in that world. Black women have put me on to so many things. There are shit there my serv I would not be here on anywhere in any kind of a good capacity in my life without the help of black women. Are there shady ones? Fuck yeah. Is there a complicated relationship between them sometimes? Fuck yeah. But it's like gay men. Every gay man ain't for us. But in my life, there have been tons of gay men who have helped me, who have been there for me. I can't put them all in one box. I can't think of them as a monolithic entity. I just can't. I really can't. Black men are shady as fuck, but there are some black men that I have ran across that are fucking great fathers. They are great husbands. They are great brothers. I have a great brother, so I can't look at them all as a monolithic thing. I can call the ones out that I can call out, but I can't look at them all as the same thing. Weirdly, a lot of white women adore me the most, and it sucks because I don't know what that means. Neon. I don't know. I don't. When I was younger, in my younger years, there was a lot of white women, not white men, white women that really stepped up to the plate and helped me in certain situations. Um, in certain situations. But at the same time, white women was being Karens too in that time of my life too. So there was some white women that stepped up, but it was a lot of them that was being Karens too. So I don't I have a um yeah, I just have a complicated relationship with most demographics. Um None of them are fucking shit. If that's the case, I, honey, I should be canceling trans women too. You know how many shady ass trans women done did some fucking shady ass shit to me? Child. But so In the closer, this new Dave Chapelle special, we've been in 45 minutes, but I think that's relevant to this topic. I'm taking all this in, sitting back, trying a new perspective. So for me, my own personal experience, we're going to talk about black men now. My issue with Dave Chappelle has always been, and it's usually my issue with a lot of black men, because black men, their main source of oppression is race. They usually have only an acute analysis of oppression when it comes to only race. Black men can clock racist oppression so fast. They can say the most brilliant things when it comes to racial oppression. You can look at Dr. Umar, Tariq Nasheed, Bryce Watkins, Brother Polite, who else? Other people, tons of other people. They can say the most brilliant things when it comes to a racial analysis. Malcolm X, Farrakhan. When you hear them and they're talking about race, they can say the most brilliant things, and you can sit in the audience and you be like, yes, brother, yes, speak that anti-white supremacy shit. That's what I'm talking about. And then the next second, when it comes to something that's about gender, baby, they are bird, honey. They are bird box, bitch. What's that mean with Sandra Bullock with the blindfolds on? They cannot get with understanding gender-based oppression or female-based oppression. Like their eyes, their analysis just shut the fuck off. They cannot understand their contribution to the oppression of women or genders and sexualities outside of them, which is rooted in that oppression of women shit. Patriarchal oppression. They don't understand it. But they don't understand it because they don't want to. They want to be on top of women. And I'm not talking about just in the physical sense, but in the social sense. Black men don't want all the systems to be dismantled. They want the white one because that's the motherfucker that's on their neck. They like the patriarchy stuff. They like to be the head of the household. They like to be above the women. They like that. They want that. That's not something that they're invested in taking down. So they don't care about that. That's why Dave Chappelle can make the jokes about women and make the jokes about rape and make the jokes about these things. So they can see racial oppression. That's why Dave Chappelle, when he is talking about the LGBT community, he says it in the closer. He's not talking about us black LGBT. He's talking about the white ones. He's centering whiteness in that conversation. That's why he says, have you ever wondered why they get stuff done quicker than we can get stuff done? Totally ignoring that queer movements, even though they started around the same time in the 60s, Stonewall happened in 69. We're just now getting protections in 2020. We're just now getting workforce discrimination protections in 2020. Black people got it in 64. So you acting like we, like the gay LGBT is just getting all these motherfucking rights all of us, faster than black people. Black people been now have the cultural practice happen? Not necessarily. But on the books, on the law, you can sue a motherfucker for discrimination on race from way back what happened in the 60s. So y'all have had the protection. So stop acting like black folks ain't got shit and the gay people was like, oh, we got everything. That's stupid. That's because you only have a racial analysis and you're looking at white gay people. And there is a difference between white gay people, the power of white LGBT people, and the power of black LGBT people. And there is a range of difference between POC LGBT people and black LGBT people. There's a range of difference, but it's definitely the wider range, white and black. Definitely. So if you don't understand that there's a difference, if you don't understand that there's a difference between the two, and you're saying you're not understanding what people are talking about when we say you're punching down, yes, there can be a white gay man that can have more power in certain situations. Not more power than Dave, because Dave is a fucking, unless he's a rich gay man, yes. But Dave, you are a rich black man. There are many LGBT people of all races, white, black, POC, everybody, that you have way more power than. So you are punching down. So the idea of you saying don't punch down on my people, as in black people, as if I can't go anywhere in this country, and if somebody knows that I'm trans, they won't call me the alphabet people because they learned it from you. You created a slur to be used against me. And because the white gays, the white LGBTs are protected with their whiteness, they may not be in the hood. It's hood motherfuckers listening to you. They may not be in the hood, but I'm in the hood. So they gonna call me the alphabet people. They gonna use the slurs that you create before they harass me on the bus. This is if they know I'm trans. So your words has a direct effect on how I am going to be treated. Your words are people who are on the margins, people who are marginalized. Your words have a very direct effect on how somebody could harass me. It can lead. Is it your fault that this dude decided to call me alphabet people? Yes, because you gave him that slur. But is it your fault that he decided to kill me or attack me or jump me in a convenience store? Iana Dior, who got jumped by cisgender women and men in a convenience store during the in Minnesota during the George Floyd riots. A black trans woman. Is it your fault? No. Do I think that you are that you should be honey hung up on the cross because some crazy motherfucker did some crazy shit? No, but you are adding to the bucket of the culture that says that it is okay to disrespect us. And if you are a comedic genius in the way that people say you are, claim that you are, you think you are, you said you was the GOAT, then be smarter than that. Be more skillful than that. And that's also what's irritating, because I can hear in some of his analysis that he has thought about things. If you go back to Sticks and Stones, he talked about how within the LGBT people, within the LGBT community, they treat trans people like shit. That was a smart analysis and a true analysis. For somebody who's not in the community to realize that, they do. But guess who treated worse? It's not motherfucking white trans women out here that's being killed. Some. There was one in 2021. Black trans women make up 90% of the deaths when it comes to trans women. There's a reason why that is. And you are adding to the fodder. You are adding to the bucket. You are adding to the negativity that is happening to us. And you can't be complacent about it. When you decide, and don't throw a rock and hide behind your blackness and hide behind the black card. I'm a black man. I'm oppressed. Da, da, da. Bitch, you ain't oppressed like us. And that's why you need to read Black Feminist Theory so you can understand. I remember that conversation between James Baldwin and Nikki Giovanni when Baldwin was trying to, being a black man, as brilliant as he is, trying to talk about how he goes out into the black men go out into the world and deal with the oppression of white man. And Nikki Giovanni had to check his motherfucking ass. Yes, you do. But don't come home and give me the worst of you. You went to this motherfucking job where the white man was disrespecting you and you held face. I'm the motherfucker that's home supporting and cooking and cleaning for your motherfucking ass. Don't come home and beat me and harm me and shade me. Give me the best of you. Don't come home and use me as a punching motherfucking bag and act like I'm supposed to understand. Act like I'm supposed to look at it like, he's going through so much because the white man is wearing him out. Bitch, fuck you and the white man. Fuck you and him. Both of you motherfuckers is oppressing me. Period. And so as a black man, it annoys the fuck out of me when black men don't understand the oppression that they add to. I get it, baby. When I seen Philando Castile get killed, when I seen Trayvon Martin's body on that fucking grass, dead on the fucking news, disrespectfully unblurred out on the news, that broke my motherfucking heart. It breaks my heart right in this moment. I'm tender about it. Because I have black men that I love in my fucking life. That shit hurts my heart. I know it's wrong. I know the racial analysis of why it happened. I know why. I understand it. I'm sensitive to it. Not just because of my past, but because I'm a human being. And I see it and I understand it. But it's disrespectful. It is shady for y'all not to see any of the oppression that you add to. That you add to the rest of us that's not white. You got motherfucker, and I know y'all understand shit. I know y'all not that fucking stupid. You got, we talked about this on another thing. Fucking, y'all remember Eldridge Cleaver in his book when he was talking about how he started raping black women to practice to be able to rape white women. Eldridge Cleaver, one of the people in the Black Panther Party, admitting in his own book that he's raping fucking black women to practice to be able to rape white women to get back at white men. So you're not seeing the oppression that you're adding to this black woman's life by raping her? All because you're a big, strong man? And then you got motherfucking Elijah Muhammad getting minors pregnant and kicking them out of the Nation of Islam community because you can't keep your fucking old ass crusty dick in your pants, and kicking them out of the Nation of Islam in shame because they got pregnant by your funky ass. And then you wear out Malcolm X when he found out about it. You got all this racial analysis about the white devil, blue-eyed devil, but you can't see how your dusty penis having ass is being the oppressor of women. You don't understand that? You don't see it? You don't see how you are contributing and doing the exact same thing that white people are doing? Carelessly harming people's lives? You're not understanding it? You don't get it? Or the drug dealer in the community. Oh, the class oppression and economics got you down so motherfucking bad that you gotta sell drugs within your own community. While that may be true, do you know that that's harmful? It's harm. It destroyed people's lives. It destroyed children's lives. You don't get it? You don't get your contribution to the negativity at all? Even with the white man doing what he's doing, you're not getting that you're contributing to the rest of our oppression? I got called faggot and homosexual and queer and she's by black people because understand, I'm not saying that they're worse. I'm in community with black people. So any kind of harm, whether it be murder, robbery, more than likely gonna happen from a black person because I'm in community with black people. Just like if I was white, I would be called faggot, queer, blah, 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 more often by a white person because I'm in a white community. So I'm not saying it like white people don't have no fucking transphobia and homosexuality, No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying for me, my own personal life, it was black people who were harming me. And I still understood racism. And I still understood that this white motherfucker, even though he ain't called me nothing, he still, the analysis, I've given this analysis before, but the analysis that I give you is, if I'm in the ocean and I'm a little fish, I'm a little barracuda or a little fish, and I think of like Finding Nemo, and I'm a little fish, and the shark is this big ass shark is trying to chase me. Now, in the moment, if I'm this little fish and this shark is chasing me, that shark is the imminent danger. That's who I'm going to be like, oh my God, this shark is chasing me and trying to get me. Da, 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 da. And in my mind, in my perspective, this is the danger, this shark. But I think of that as the homophobia coming from black men or black cis women. Y'all complacent too. Y'all bitches play a lot of games. From the black community, the homophobia from them. But you know what? The polluted water around us that we swimming in, that he's chasing me, that's the racism from the white people. The pollution that we're swimming in, that's killing both of us, me and the shark. So that polluted water, I may not think about it until I get older, when I get woke. I may not think about that polluted water and how me sucking it in is giving me fucking cancer in my little gills and my little balls coming out of my little fin. It's going to eventually kill me because of the pollution. But when I'm younger and don't have that wokeness, I think this fucking shark is the imminent danger. And it could be. It could catch me and eat me. It could kill me. It killed Malaysia Booker. It killed Tyra Hunter. Do y'all know who Tyra Hunter is? Let me teach y'all a little bit. Tyra Hunter, black trans woman in 1995, got in a car accident. When the ambulance, let me say a country, ambulance. When the ambulance came, the black dude who was the EMT cut off her clothes. His job is to help her. When he cut off her clothes and found out that she was trans, he stopped and started making Dave Chappelle-like jokes. That's a man. That's a dude. And da-da-da-da. Oh, shit. Hell no. What the fuck? That's a dude. That's a man. So much so that the witnesses around said, yo, what the fuck are you doing? That's a human being. What are you talking about? You're supposed to be helping him. Whoever, if it's a him or her, your job, your taxpayer money is for you to fix them. But because it was the culture to say, oh, that's a man. This EMT motherfucking worker let her die 1995, Tyra Hunter. And because she a black trans woman, when the supervisor came and got her to the motherfucking hospital, they thought maybe she was high off of something. And she wasn't even high off of shit. So they gave her some kind of medicine because they assumed because she's a black trans woman, they gave her some whatever that kind of medicine that for people when people overdose, they gave her some kind of medicine that she wasn't supposed to have. So she ended up dying at the hospital. So her mother sued and her mother got some coins, but she's dead. But my point was, when you're younger, and some people, they don't get woke. Some people, they don't get woke. You've seen some of the comments in this things where they like, oh, it's always black people. Oh, it's the shady black women. Sometimes they don't come out of that because they're still thinking themselves as a little fish. And because they in community, white people gonna be nice to you, fake nice to your motherfucking ass. Because of the racial culture in this world, particularly if you live up north. They can be racist as hell, but because they know it makes them look bad to be a racist, they don't mind acting like a racist and harming you like a racist, but they don't want to be called a racist. Oh no. Me? Racist? No. But can I feel your hair? Me? Racist? No. Ooh, this black man is coming. This big black man is coming on the elevator. But racist? No. They can be fake nice to your motherfucking ass and still send your black ass to jail. Understand? At least the white people in the South, honey, at least you can tell they racist. They got their flag, they got their Confederate flags flying on their trucks and cars. Not all the time. But usually they bold with their racism. That's what I carry. I don't like it either way, fake or unfake. But, honey, at least I can tell it. At least they keep it real. So, you are the harm. Understand, Dave Chapelle, black men. And this is not just straight black men. There's some toxic ass, misogynistic gay men too. If you're the type of gay man that says, oh, I only respect the women that's sickening, oh, you gotta be beat for me to respect you. You probably a fucking gay misogynist. If they gotta be pretty and sickening and passable and da-da-da-da for them to get any kind of respect from you as a woman, you're fucking a misogynist too. And you are toxic and problematic. And I know you think you not. I know you, particularly white gay men, because you gay, you think you a minority and can't be racist. Fuck out of here. You can. I know tons of racist gay men, particularly white men. Know tons of them. And I know tons of misogynistic black gay men. I know tons of transphobic motherfucking studs. Be a whole masculine lesbian being rude to trans people or gay boys who dress femme. And you in a whole fitted hat and Timbs and baggy pants looking like Snoop from The Wire. And you judging this gay boy in some heels. Y'all know how many times I done seen that shit. Y'all got to get some analysis about how you oppress people. Your analysis about how you oppress people should be just as sharp as how a people oppress you. Whose knee is your neck on? I mean, whose knee Whose neck is your knee on? them N words wore me out. Whose neck is your knee on? When is it time for you to shut the fuck up, light skinned girl, biracial girl? When is it time? When we talking about colorism when is it time for you to shut the fuck up? Because this ain't a part of your oppression. When is it time for you to be quiet? When people are talking about colorism? When is it not the time to say, well, people treated me bad too. Black I'm biracial and black people didn't. Black people bothered me too. I was too white for the black people and too black for the white people. Woe is me. It's not that that's not important when a motherfucker asks you about your experience. It's important for you to tell your experience when people ask you. But if it's a rebuttal to a dark-skinned person telling you about how their fucking dark skin got them a fucking oppressed, if it's your rebuttal to that, if it's your way of illegitimizing their struggle, then it's time for you to shut the fuck up. Yes, if I ask you, what was your experience as a biracial person? That's when it's time for you to let the waterworks come. Oh, I feel so oppressed. But if you're saying it in a response to make this person's experience illegitimate, then you are part of the problem. You are part of the problem. Sometimes you got to shut the fuck up. Sometimes you got to be quiet and just listen. That's the work. That's the work. The listen, when a motherfucker is teaching you something about their experience, that's the work. And your struggle, if you're a white gay man, your struggle as a white gay in your culture is valid in your life. Absolutely. We know homophobia exists. We know you got wore out. We know the patriarchy wore you out. But your whiteness saved you from something. Your whiteness saved you for something. Your maleness saved you from something. It saved you from something. There were some people who didn't have those two safety nets. Your whiteness and your maleness. There's some people who didn't have those two. Yeah, you had the gay stuff and they wore you out, called you all kind of F words, bullied you, maybe beat you up. It's not saying that that's not valid. It's not saying that you weren't oppressed in some kind of way, but you weren't oppressed because you were born a female. You weren't oppressed because you was born black. Those wasn't on your roster. Those wasn't on your smorgasbord of food for motherfuckers to wear you out with. This is all these fucking buzzwords, intersectionality and all these words. This is what they are talking about. Everybody has when Patricia Hill Collins, am I saying that right? My brain isn't working right now. When she was talking about the matrix of domination, everybody is in a different place in that matrix of domination. But all right, where we at? Yeah. But I say all that to say this. Dave is making points from a black man's perspective. They are really blind when it comes to female oppression. It's very typical. He's not making some kind of genius analysis. He's actually making a very dumb, one-sided analysis of our community without any nuance, because he is responding to the racism that he is seeing from the LGBT community. And we've seen this many times when we talk about Little Nas X. There was a lot of white trans men, not all of them just white, but a lot of them that I saw, who were really wearing Little Nas out about his little baby bump, the metaphor of his album. And it was fucking racist because they didn't do that to the white people. There are tons of white men who have pretended to be pregnant and there was no backlash. But because this black boy is doing it, it's extra. You being extra. You being, fuck out of here. We know racist when we see it. We know racism when we see it. We're very sensitive. Most black people, particularly ones that are in marginalized, specific black communities, we got like PhDs in racism. We can we can hone in on it. But the problem with black men, as I said earlier, because that is their only source of oppression, their main source of oppression, because they deal with classism and da. Because racism is their main source of oppression, they got a PhD in race, but they are fucking dumb as a box of rocks in the rest of the shit. And what Dave Chapelle did, he showed us that he is, his analysis is not a genius analysis. It's a typical uneducated black niggas analysis about us. He is focused on the white racist LGBT people. He's not, when he's being called out for his bullshit, he wants to flip it. But he's not understanding that the harm that people are talking about him punching down, the harm that people are talking about, it affects us marginalized LGBT people more than the white people that you are fucking fixed on. It harms us more than them, and you're not getting it because you're not smart. What did he say to Phaedra? Because you're not smart. So, some dumb people, because if you look at the comments of people who are defending people who are defending him, who I've always been, it is because they are homophobic and they are transphobic, and they're gonna say, yeah, yeah, he's telling the truth. He's just saying what we're all thinking. Because they're used to being dumb. They're used to being dumb. That's not new. It's gonna be the little bootsies that's like, yeah. They're used to being idiots. They're used to not having to have, black women, poor, black, disabled, trans women. With all those, we gotta have an analysis. Let me not say we, because I'm not disabled. People way over here, we gotta have an analysis of all that shit, because we gotta be prepared for that shit to work around it. I gotta be prepared for when I come in a job and I got a black male boss. I gotta be prepared to work around his misogyny, because skin folk ain't always kinfolk. This month I got fired for being a trans woman by a black man. So if you trying to expect me to put my blackness first, bitch, you got me fucked up. That motherfucker fired me, which led me to prostitution because he didn't put his blackness first when he was firing my motherfucking ass. He didn't put my blackness first. He fired me because I was trans, because he put my trans first to discriminate against. So fuck any motherfucker who think I'm gonna put blackness before anything. Everything comes through the door with me. Every single motherfucking thing. Everything. My blackness, my transness, my womanhood, my poorness, working classness, everything is coming through the door. And I gotta be sensitive to all that shit, because I know every chance a motherfucker get, a black woman, a black man, a Latinx motherfucker, them Asians, definitely. A gay white man, a gay black man, any chance they motherfucking get, they can switch on me and throw me under the bus. And I gotta be sensitive to all that shit. But you, as a black man, Dave, and any black man listening, cishet black man, y'all ain't gotta worry about shit but that fucking race. Y'all ain't gotta worry about shit. So, he's not being smart. He's not being a genius. He actually being fucking stupid. But, you know, like I said in the beginning, I like inappropriate senses of humor. Black men are not the weakest link. Are there some problematic black men? Yes. The same can be said about black women. I said what I said. I didn't call them the weakest link, but I have before, so they're the weakest link to me. I didn't say they was the weakest link today, but I have said it before, and I agree. They are the weakest link because they have the least to worry about other than race. And this is exactly why I said what I said, because just like be happy and be grateful, every chance they get, they want. This is why I give black women grace, because there's always going to be a motherfucker that giving niggas grace. It's always going to be a motherfucker jumping in. Oh, wait. Don't read the black man. Wait. Oh, no. Look, have you seen the police shooting black men? Yes, I have. And it's shady as fuck. And I hate it. And I'm going to be marching for their motherfucking ass every time it happens. But I'm still going to call them motherfuckers out when they wrong. I'm still going to call them motherfuckers out for the oppression that they uphold. I'm still going to call them out for being the weakest motherfucking link when it's time to step up to the plate and protect the people that's behind them. They are the weakest fucking link. Period. Look at Clarence Thomas' dusty motherfucking ass in that position of power. In that position of power. And ain't using it for nothing for us. They are the weakest link. And he's not the only example. It's a ton of these motherfuckers out here that are the weakest link. Ton of these motherfuckers out here. Look at the voting numbers. They always got more than the rest of us when it comes to black folks. Always. They all, how many, compare the black men who voted for Trump compared to Hillary, compared to the black women. How y'all not the weakest link? Fuck out of here. When in our community. Now, when we talk about the other folks, no. You know, I don't fuck with Asians. I don't fuck with, you know, they can be real racist. The ones that are racist, I don't fuck with them. I fuck with the one that's cool. But Asians, Latinos, they can be racist as fuck and shady as fuck to black people and all that kind of shit. But when we talking about our community, black people, y'all the motherfucking weakest link, period. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Weakest link. The numbers prove it. Y'all will throw us under the bus and black women under the bus. And look up videos. There's a whole fucking incel movement of black men talking shit about black women. Why black men date white women? Why black men date outside of their race? And whole videos of them talking shit about black women. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all are the weakest fucking link. Period. Compared 85 to compared to what in black women? Compared to what in the LGBT numbers? The LGBT was in the 90s. How y'all not the weakest link? His point is to defend black men, and he can do that, but they're still the motherfucking weakest link. Y'all aligned. There is more of y'all, when we talk about the weakest, there is more of y'all who align with white supremacy. There is more of y'all who align with conservatism. There are more of y'all over there on the side shucking and jiving like coons. It is just more of y'all. It just is. That's what makes you the weakest link to me. I'm not saying all. You keep talking like I'm saying all. I ain't said all. I know there's some great ones. But I know y'all the weakest link too. Shit, child. Y'all the weakest link, baby. And don't let no coins get involved. Don't let no coins be involved. Don't let the racist capitalism come in and try to give you some coins to throw other black people under the bus. Baby, y'all still, yes, sir. Yes, sir, boss. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I just brought the drug dealing up. Oh my God, I'm trying to. Yes, I'm selling drugs to these single mothers. Yes, I'm trying to come up. I'm trying to make it. The man got me down. That was a weakest fucking link. I don't care what you talking about. Kentucky Attorney General. Yes, ma'am. How many? That is perfect example. How many Candace Owens are there compared to the Clarence Thomas? Compared to the these fucking shucking and jiving black people that voted for Trump? I saw way more black men. Child, get out of here. Come on now. Sorry, baby. I know it's a hard pill to swallow. Like I said, I'm still gonna ride or die for my niggas. Not ride or die. But I'm still gonna be there support. I know y'all are affected by racism. I know that. And we have the same enemy when it comes to the racists. But I want you to understand that y'all got some work to do. Look around at your brothers, baby. Look around, boo-boo. All right, so it's been an hour and 30 minutes. The last 30 minutes, we talk about whatever. But that's my opinion on Dave Chapelle. I think that he, I'm going to continue to watch his stuff because like I said, I have a horrible politically correct sense of humor, I'm going to be cracking up. But I still can make um political analysis about what he says. But yes, I'm still gonna support. I'm still gonna watch his stand-ups because they be funny. But don't throw rocks and then try to hide behind a race card. And I think that's what he was doing. He was hiding. He was focusing on white LGBT people and hiding behind the race card instead of being genius and smart enough to have a more intersectional intersectional analysis about our community, because he's focused on race, because that's what Black men do. The ones that are woke. I love the pollution analysis. Yes. Do you believe him when he says he won't make any more jokes until he's sure we're all laughing together? Child, I don't know. I think this is his last Netflix special, so I don't know what. It's getting old now, ain't it? It's like your last two have been about LGBT. What else is ain't it getting old? It's getting kind of old, child. I know that. It's getting old. It's getting old. It is getting old. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Can you speak on Wendy Williams? Do you think she is coming back? Should she quit her show? Um, I am a Wendy Williams fan. Wendy Williams reminds me of that problematic auntie that you love going over her house because you know you're gonna get all the tea and all the mess, and she's gonna be funny. You feel what I'm saying? The LGBT movement didn't succeed by chastising phobes while continuing to support them. Um, hmm, hmm. No, they didn't. But I don't know if you were here earlier, but I prefaced this conversation with, there are some things that are problematic to me that I'm not invested in canceling. The analysis that I gave was Amazon. I like Amazon so much that I'm probably gonna continue my Prime subscription. I'm probably gonna continue to order my shit. It benefits me as a Black trans woman who is quite marginalized. It benefits me so much that I'm probably not gonna cancel Amazon, even though they go against my anti-capitalist politics. But they benefit me in my interpersonal life so much that I'm probably not going to give them up. Is that problematic? Sure. But I'm a human being. And the difference between me and somebody else is that I'm telling you. I can lie and say, oh, no, I don't support Amazon. Let me order my new socks. I can lie about it, but I don't care enough to lie about it. I'm gonna use Amazon. Just like I'm gonna watch when Dave Chappelle has a special, I'm gonna watch it because it entertains me. It brings me joy. I think it's funny. I think he's ridiculous. I think he's fucking ridiculous. I'm, I'm, I don't like Bill Cosby at all, but I still find joy in the Cosby Show. And then there's some things that I do totally get rid of, like R. Kelly. I totally deleted his catalog because his songs remind me of his harm. Cosby Show don't remind me. The Cosby Heathcliff Huxtable don't remind me of Bill Cosby's harm in the way that R. Kelly's songs remind me of his harm. It's just different. So I think those are two different things for me. Does that make sense? It doesn't have to make sense to you. It's just I'm just telling you how I think about it. It can be, I can be as problematic to you as you want to. There's a cost to support Dave Chappelle. It's not a cost for me. Dave Chappelle, me watching his Netflix special does not affect Dave Chappelle's money. He already has gotten paid by Netflix. He already got his contract and paid for his money. my little my little watch ain't gonna ain't gonna harm Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle has once that's why he's making when people say I'm canceling him, that's why he's making the that's why he's making the point that if being canceled is like this, it feels this is great because he has enough people that aligns with him where it's not gonna affect him. Period. So yeah. Mm. 1 million, 1 million, two, what is it? How many views? Let's say 3 million. My 3 million and one ain't gonna change it. If I make the one 3 million and one and I take my one away, he's still gonna have 3 million. It's not gonna change anything. Because if that's the case, I should cancel Netflix altogether. There's a lot of do you know I would cancel so many things if I'm just if I'm totally if I'm canceling every single thing that's against my politics, I would be canceling so much. HBO, so many things. I'm telling you, I am not watching. I'm not stop watching shit that it brings me black joy. I'm not. Period. I'm gonna do what I like. No, you're not gonna get that level of me. But the beautiful thing about me is I don't police somebody else's. If you say you still eat Papa John's, I don't eat Papa John's no more. But if you say you don't eat Papa John or you still eat Papa John's, even though they're what you call it supported Trump, I'm gonna be like, okay, girl, wear it out. There's people who are LGBT that still suck on some Chick-fil-A. Yes. Have you seen our kind of people on Fox? I have not. It's on my to watch list. I agree with both you, both of you. I don't care either, but I see Wild T's point because that mentality is why people don't vote. Well, I vote every election, even all my local elections. I vote. I vote more than most people. Most people vote for just the presidents and they don't vote for nothing else. I vote for everything. My neighborhood city council person, I vote for everything. But Dave Chappelle doesn't affect me as directly as my votes. Not my votes affect me. My votes affect me way more directly than Dave Chappelle. Thank you again for sharing your free time with us, Diamond. You are really making me feel engaged and pass the time flawless. Just wanted to say that. Thank you, Amara. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. Everything is in black and white. There are gray in between, and it's totally natural that we contradict ourselves. Yeah, there's gonna be some things that I'm like, hmm. And when that happens, I will tell you. I'm also not the person who hides it. I work it out. I'm self-reflective and I talk through it. Um, yeah, I'm gonna say that's one of my problematic areas. It's hard to cancel someone when such a huge group of people feel like he gives them a voice, especially homophobic men. All the comments are loud or overwhelming in support of him. Yeah, it's not gonna he's not going nowhere. Not anytime soon. I am thirsty. And I forgot to get my drink. 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm going to get me some water. Oh Lord, praise the Lord. Ah. What else y'all talking about? What is our kind of people? What is that? Don't that guy Yaya Acosta in it? We don't want him to be canceled. We just need to keep our name out of his mouth. I wouldn't say I don't want him to be canceled. If he get canceled, he get canceled. Like it doesn't. I'm always here for consequences if they are deserved. I'm always here for them. But I'm also not always the person to execute those consequences. Does it make sense? Nothing Dave Chappelle says is funny to me now. Yeah, I find him to be funny. I find he's one of them people that I find to be funny. Mm, yeah. I don't find Kevin Hart to be funny at all. His sense of humor does not hit me. Our kind of people delves into the colorism piece beautifully. I gotta watch it. Cancel culture is making room for people to come back around. I'm kind of here for it. Get your ass in timeout, but talk to me when you've had to think about it. Yeah, nobody, and if you really pay attention, nobody really gets canceled for real, except like black women. Because look at this was a interesting point that somebody made. Kanye West done really wore us out. Really wore us out. He said that slavery was a choice, blah, 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 blah. You got Russell Simmons, got all these people talking about he would rape them. You got all these R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, who just now, after 20, 60 years, honey, Bill was from the 60s. They are just now getting consequences. But baby, Chrisette Michelle sing one time for Donald Trump, and honey, she can't revive her career. Baby. But I don't know, child. It gets real witchy. I hate the trivial. I hate when people trivialize cancel culture. It's really just people holding you accountable for what you say and what you do in your work. People are just calling you out, and sometimes you're gonna get called out. Sometimes you're gonna get called out. There are gonna be people. If y'all go back in my catalog, there are some things that I have They weren't really, really problematic, but there has been some problematic things in the videos that I have that I've said and done that I haven't deleted. That's up. I have a video about suicide where I'm acting out suicide. Now, the point was a positive point. I was telling people in the end, after joking about it, I was telling people in the end it's not worth it. Don't do it. It always gets better. But the beginning was me making jokes about about how I would choose to kill myself. Problematic as fuck. But that was where I was at the time. I was that's where I was. But yeah, I don't know. I remember when you told people to take out their bully before they take out themselves, their life. Honey, I still believe that. That ain't changed. That ain't changed. That still ain't changed. Have you ever been put on the spot? Somebody called me a turf. Somebody called me a turf. Somebody feel somebody said that because I think that trans people are affected by the conditioning of their upbringing based on their assigned at birth label, because I said that I feel like trans people are affected, meaning that I feel that because you were raised as a little boy early in your life, there can be some residual effects in how you present in the world, even if you transition. I believe that. And they said that's a turf mentality. And if that's a turf mentality, then I'm a turf. Turf means trans exclusionary radical feminism, feminist. And so I don't know how my politics exclude trans people, but if what I said leads you to believe that I'm a turf, then I'm a turf. Because I do believe that. I do believe that I don't think my upbringing as a little boy was exactly like a cisgendered um um has the effects of a boy like that, but I don't think that my upbringing affected me like a cisgender girl. Do you see any hope? I see all the hope, not just any. I see all the hope in the feminist and womanist movements. That's the same thing that Chimamanda, that how do you say her name? Chimamanda. Chimamanda um Adichie got in trouble for. Absolutely, she did. And if I have a video called "What I Think About Chimamanda," and I actually agree with Chimamanda. I actually agree with her. I thought that what she said was not problematic to me. I can't stop the trans people from calling her out, but for me, I did a video in defense of her. But for me, I agree. I think that trans women are trans women. They are women, but I think the trans is a adjective of women. And I think the transness give you a specific indicates a specific type of life. It indicates something very specific. And for me, I think I was raised differently than my sister girl cousins. I think cisgender women are raised differently than cisgender boys. And even though I was a queer boy, I still was being pushed towards the freedom of a man. I never grew to be a man. but I was being pushed and groomed to be at the top of the social hierarchy. I was being pushed and groomed to be free, to be, my family, now could be totally different for somebody else. You know, when you look at Jazz Jennings, who was started to be a girl when she was like 5 and 6. But even between the ages of 5, between the ages of birth and 5, there could be some things that they were teaching you to be a little bit more free. I'll give you a perfect example. When I was little, my cousin Tanny used to come over our house. I could go outside and ride my bike, jump in mud puddles. And this is not saying that all girls didn't get to do this. I know they did. But I'm just giving you an example that I saw in my life and I saw repeated in other people's lives. And other people have told me about this. I didn't get the same treatment as my cousin. My cousin, she couldn't go out and get dirty. She had to sit with her legs crossed to make sure that her shirt didn't come up. She couldn't be with boys. She couldn't play in the mud. There was a certain level of ladylike, girly protection that was on her, that was expected of her. I'm a cis gay black man, and I was abused because of it. Versus being groomed to be on top of the reason, and this is what you're telling me is that's why I said as a queer boy, understand the difference. I want you to listen, wild read. I want you to listen. The reason why you were being abused because you were a gay man is because they wanted you to not be gay. They wanted you to be a cis straight gay man. They wanted you to act like a man. They wanted you to be free. They wanted you to be all these kind of things. So they're pushing you to be confident. They're pushing you towards what they deem the masculine traits that they think that men should be. The birthrights of a male. They are pushing you to inherit your birthrights as a male. You being this queer gay child or kid is not acting like you're supposed to act. So you were abused for it. I don't know your mom, so I don't know what that is. A lot of men say women are misandrous and they not. They just feminists. So I don't know your mom, so I don't know what that tea is. Only you do. But I know you being a queer person that was abused. If you were abused because your queerness, it is because you weren't acting the way you. I know that life. I know. I was not abused by my mom, but abused for being queer. But I don't know. You know, there's a lot of extraness when it comes to feminist thought and men saying that they are misandrous when I'm like they're just feminists. But anyway, there's a difference in how I was treated as a queer male and my cousins. They had to be little ladies. They had to be little girls. They had to be now. There was some freedom that started to happen like in the early 2090s but in the 80s, a girl couldn't be just running around popping their booties. Now I started seeing there's a difference happening in the late 90s and 2000s. I seen these little girls running around being able to pop and be free. In the 80s, when the time I was talking about, my cousins couldn't be shaking their tails without getting whoopings. Yeah, it was a whole different experience. So for me, I believe that that conditioning that happens when you're younger affects your personality when you get older, whether you're trans or not. Period. I think it does. But there was a freedom that I had that my girl cousins didn't have. And I can see the ramifications and the residuals of that freedom. There are more clothing options for girls. That's another thing. I grew up in, now this is more anecdotal. I grew up in an apostolic church. So girls didn't have options where I grew up. Now I think we're coming out of that. I think the work of queer people has blended the line in our upbringing now. It wasn't the same in the 80s, what the era that I'm talking about. I think now the work that people have, the feminist movement, the queer movement, even the black movement, um, I think it's different now. I think when it comes to clothing, when it comes to what girls and boys can do and not do, and how we are teaching girls and how we are teaching boys, I think it's very, very different than the era that I'm talking about. I think it's very different. Very, very different. In the 80s, baby, this all, there were specific things for boys and specific things for girls. This is the time for unrelated questions, actually. Not to ask an unrelated question, but I was watching your video on doing the magic work. I was wondering if you have tips on doing that in a toxic environment. Hmm. What kind of environment? What kind of toxicity? True, my mama said I had more options than she had for my brother. It was all blue and plaids, brown, blue. I remember when I was younger, it was either the pants were fucking blue jean, black, navy, and brown, and corduroy in various colors. Sometimes gray. Sometimes gray. Yes, thriving. I can't stand it. Uh, I try to dress my daughter in earth tones, and it's hard to find those colors in stores in girl sections. I don't get me started on toys. I went birthday shopping for my niece and rolled my eyes the entire time. I think we got to appreciate, we have to appreciate how far we have come in giving our children options. I guess it was different in Florida, but remember, Diamond is from a hick town. I don't think Indianapolis is a hick town. It's like the 11th largest. I think it's the 11th largest city in the country. And it definitely wasn't as backwoods as motherfucking Florida. What? I know you was not talking about country ass Southern Florida. Only thing that make y'all hip and different is the fucking population with the Hispanic people. Y'all just like any other country ass bucket fucking southern town, southern state. Florida child, if you don't get out of here, y'all basically might as well be a country ass Jamaica. Y'all just as country. Y'all just got some Hispanics, some Cubans, Venezuelans, and all that shit. What's your thoughts on Texas heartbeat law? I am for choice all the time. Baby, Indianapolis ain't nothing like the South. It's nothing like the South. I know the distinct difference between Indianapolis and the South. Coming from Indianapolis to Mississippi, it was very different. Very, very different. Honey, honey, you can't tell me nothing about Florida. Florida is, ugh, Florida is a southern state. Is a southern state, baby. Even in Miami, even in Miami, you know, when you meet the black folks from Florida, Miami, Florida, you know you dealing with southern people. Look at T.S. Madison. I was not married to one, but my first love was from Overtown, Dade County, Miami. Them is some country backwoods motherfuckers. The only thing different is they got a lot of Hispanic population, and it ain't even the Mexican kind like we got here in Texas. They got the Cubans who want to be white. They got the Venezuelans. They got the honey. They got the country bunkins, baby. The Cubans think they white. Yes, they do. So they align with conservatism. They are the South. They are the South, baby. They was feeding babies to the alligators, girl. Honey, no ma'am. You was not about to read Indiana from Florida, girl. No ma'am. I can't let that one ride. Now, if you had said, I'm trying to think of something else. I don't know. You know, if you had said, not Florida, child. You can't let me have it from Florida. Most of them are, yes, honey. They be girl, child. Them, honey. Florida, no. You know, I'm not saying that Indiana don't got it's Indiana, child, but they ain't Florida. They is not Florida. They got their own brand of racism, but they definitely not the South. Yeah. Yeah, in Indiana, it was more of the fake kind of white racism. It was more of like I didn't you we didn't see Confederate flags. You not going to see Confederate flags flying in Indiana. It's very rare. Like I never seen a Confederate flag until I moved to the South. Until I moved to Mississippi. Never I've never had like like bold racist microaggressions until I went into the South. Like the kind that you really can clock. Like most of the white people in Indiana is scared of black people. So they very scary in the sense of keeping shit under wraps. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm not saying they don't exist there, but I literally never from my whole time, I didn't leave there till I was 18. I had never seen a Confederate flag ever in like on somebody's car, in somebody's window. I had never seen that until I went to the South. And that's going, that's going to Terre Haute, that's going to South Muncie, Kokomo, Evansville. I knew it was racist, but I never it was a different it wasn't as loud as in the South. In Mississippi, they was honey, they call you boy and gal, and it sounds just like nigga. Come on over here, boy. Come on over here, young gal. They would call me young yellow gal. Come on over here, young yellow gal. They used to be real extra in Mississippi. It was total different than Indiana. Intel cities, there were some too. I don't know what Intel City. What's that? You go on now, get. Yeah, they used to, and maybe because Mississippi was so extra. Tell City, Indiana. I never been there. I never been there, child. Her Alabama, honey, Arkansas. Okay, Arkansas, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, not Atlanta, but the rest of Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Florida, North Carolina, Kentucky, all of that shit is the same. To me. There's a little Atlanta is a little different. Um, they be still racist in Atlanta though. I don't know. Texas is there's something just like Louisiana. There is something there is something different in Louisiana and Texas. There is something different. I don't know what it is, but that difference allows there to be like a big Frida and Katie Red. Like in New Orleans, there's a whole culture of queerness that is popular that the cisgender people support. There's a reason why that was able to flourish. Why a big Frida and multiple queer artists were able to flourish in Louisiana. Big difference. There's something different there. I won't say it is southern and there's the racist element too, but there's something different. There is a yes, Randito, if that's how you say it, Randito, the Spanish influence and the French influence in Louisiana. It's a there's something different when it comes to the queerness. There's something different. Texas law is conservative Republican. Yes, because conservative Republicans have had since Reagan, they have had much time to because they used to be Democrat prior to um predominantly Democrat prior to Reagan. But yes, they are they have been able to just kind of, y'all know what we were talking about now, how they are redistricting to make their voting blocks more white and more power. They have been doing that shit for so long. Gerrymandering. I don't know why the word couldn't come to me. They've been doing gerrymandering for so long and so efficiently that it's so much difficulty to take them out of power. But the queer life is still here. Nothing like the South at AWL. What is AWL? Mm. Louisiana has that ancient vibe. Fluidity is valued. Yeah, and also I know the history be erased, y'all, but if you go back in our history, okay, the current right now, okay, currently right now, Atlanta is the, particularly for Black people, Atlanta is the queer mecca. Like a lot of motherfuckers is moving to Atlanta that are queer because of the culture of queerness that's there. Prior to that, now New York, because New York City is New York City, that's a whole other beast. New York is a mecca for everybody. Mecca for queer people, mecca for anybody who's strange, anybody who don't want to live in a hick town. They go to New York. New York is a mecca for around the world. Motherfuckers move to New York because New York is New York. So we don't want to count that. But other non-New York cities, shit, immigrants go to New York. New York is just a whole fucking shit, a whole place. But non-New York places. Atlanta currently is the queer mecca where everybody is moving to. Prior to Atlanta, San Francisco was the queer mecca. Like in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, San Francisco was the queer mecca. Shit, even up to like the 60s, motherfuckers was moving to Atlanta from St. There's a video on my channel channel called The Tribe #2 Part 2 with Tracy Jada O'Brien, where she was talking about from St. Louis she moved all the way to San Francisco, and there's so many people in the air. That's how Miss Majors got to San Francisco from New York City. Going to San Francisco. San Francisco was the place that was assumed, like we do Atlanta now, like, oh, the whole community down there is gay, and all, even the dudes is down there. You a dude from Atlanta, he down low. It's always the cultural assumption that Atlanta is the thing. But it used to be the cultural assumption that you can find and get your life in San Francisco. But before San Francisco, before the 1920s, all the way going back to like 1850s, New Orleans was the queer mecca where queer folks, were coming to New Orleans because it was more free. It was even more free. There was, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that. But New Orleans was the only city, Louisiana was the only place that had a 3-tier caste system officially on the books. Like every other place, it was just, normal ass Jim Crow, black, white, blah, blah, blah. But in Louisiana, there was a 3-tier caste system. That's why when you meet Louisiana people, that they still holding on to that Creole identity. They still holding on to those things. That is, um, those New Orleans systems were intricate and still, yes, there was a caste system. That's why when you go down to Louisiana, you'll meet people, honey, they look almost white, but they will be like, no, we black. That's why some down here, particularly Louisiana, you and Mississippi too. I know definitely my family. That whole little thing about that colorism thing about the phenotype, and that gets kind of real witchy down here, y'all. Cause I know some of my aunts, when you look at them, when they start talking, they black. But when you look at them and they keep their mouth closed, you might not can tell. Um, they were reminiscent of the caste system through the French Caribbean. Yes, that's how all the Creole stuff started happening. All that Louisiana French, Spanish, all that influence. That's why when you meet Louisiana people, some of those systems is still in there, especially older ones. To stay within that caste system, absolutely. Hmm. Have you ever read The Epidemic of Gay Loneliness? I have not. That sounds like an interesting book. Let me write it in my notes. The Epidemic of Gay Loneliness. Is it a book? I see an article. I see a Slate article. It's an article, and it was very enlightening read. Oh, The Epidemic of Gay Loneliness. The Huffington Post article. Okay. See if they'll let you post the link. Any new documentaries? Documentaries. I watched the I Am Polly Murray documentary. I'm thinking about doing a live on it, but that is such a tender. It was such a amazing, amazing documentary, and I'm still trying to chew on it a little bit. But I suggest everybody watch it. It is so they are creating content that speaks to my heart. Disclosure was one. The Polly Murray documentary on Hulu was one that I really like, content that I needed when I was younger. That I'm fine that the culture hadn't moved for me to be able to see it, but this shit, what's happening now, um, is speaking to my heart. I tried to turn it into a hyperlink. Oh, yeah, it might not because you're not an admin. It might not let you post the link. Um, but yes, the I Am Polly Murray. I need to watch that. That is so good. I binged watched a bunch of queer docs this summer, and it had me emotional wreck. Yeah, this didn't bring me any emotional sadness. Not sad. It wasn't sadness. It was more like, yes, we are finally where this is important enough to create and put some money behind it to create. I've seen a lot of documentaries about queer people when I was younger, but they were on such a low budget that they did, even like Paris is Burning. They were on such a low budget, um, that they didn't get to do them justice with quality. I don't know. It just wasn't done quality right. But now they're giving money to motherfuckers to create beautiful things. And so I think I love Parley Murray. was really good. Yeah, it's they're putting money into it. I even like the Pride documentaries. Is it 5-part Pride documentaries that came out on Hulu on FX. I really thought that those were really nice. Um, what is wrong? Huh? What's your tea? What's wrong? Where your toy? Where your toy? Where's your toy? Go get your toy. Go get it. Where's your toy? I was shocked by how good the F. Yes, it was so good. I really liked it. Um, I watched it for the first time this summer. Yeah, I enjoyed the FX series. It was really good. Um, but not like I liked not like I liked the Parley Mori one. Go sit down. Go sit down. You was making too much noise. Cover. Cover. I wanted to see more black people. Where? On the Pride one? I saw so many black people. I saw so many black people. On which one? The one on FX? I thought they did a really good job in that balance. Did you watch Britney versus yeah, I'm not really that whole Britney fiasco. I did watch the one on Netflix. I did watch that one. Um I did watch that one. There are certain things that I just don't understand. There's certain things about the law that I'm not a lawyer, so I don't understand it. I just don't understand how anybody that's an adult, how somebody can just come in and legally take over your life. I just really don't see how. I don't understand how that is even possible. Logistically makes sense the way they explain it, but I don't understand how she let it happen. It just really I still I can't grasp it. If you see this happening and you get to the point where motherfuckers is signing over and taking over your shit, why can't you as an adult say fucking no? This is not gonna happen. It just didn't. None of it makes the situation didn't make sense to me. There's something that wasn't either she at some point she wasn't mentally right and they could just come in and swoop in and take over. It just the way they were selling it on Netflix was a whole different situation. I didn't get it. The Britney situation is shining a light on the conservatorship and how it used very easily to control different abled people. Yeah, it's just crazy. Did you see I Care a Lot? I think it's the same situation. A lot of gaslighting. Yeah, it was like if is it this easy? Like they made it seem like, oh, we got a doctor to say this and we got a doctor to say that. If that can happen, like if that can happen that easily, why hasn't it happened before? Why hasn't it happened to Michael Jackson? Why hasn't it happened to all the other rich people with money? If it's that easy for it to happen to people, why hasn't it happened more often? When all these other celebrities are making crazy decisions and doing crazy weird ass shit, why hasn't it? If it's that easy to take over somebody's coins and take over their life and be in control of them when they don't want you to be in control, why hasn't other people done this? Like I know they've done it to, you know, disabled people and shit like that. But I'm talking about the rich people. Why hasn't that been done? And if you see it happening, how can you not fight against that so easily? I can't just see somebody taking over my money so easily. It just feels. Michael kept his family at a distance. And so yeah, so why couldn't Brittany do that? Like, why couldn't you be like, oh no, I'm separating from these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers trying to control my money. Now that I have the control over it, I'm distant. I'm not fucking with them. I'm going somewhere else. I'm doing my thing somewhere else. Why couldn't she do that? It feels weird. I just don't understand a lot of things about it. And they didn't go into enough detail for me to understand it. I'm like, why you didn't just fucking leave? When you see them acting weird before he had the control, why didn't you fucking leave and stop fucking with them? It didn't make sense to me. It was weird. I'm not watching stuff that continues the brainwash focus on white women. Mm, yeah, wild seed, but I'm a woman, so I have to pay attention to not the white women missing story, but I have to pay attention to how men, I know you a man, so you ain't got to worry about it, but how men can use the law to control a woman's life. Because if a white man can do it to Brittany, if her father can do it to Brittany, I'm pretty sure some other type of man of any other kind of race can try to play that same kind of game. And so we have to pay attention to white women. It doesn't have to be our only focus, but we have to pay attention to them to see how other patriarchs, non-white patriarchs, will try to do that shit on us too. So you got to be like, oh, if they do it to Lorena Bobbitt, they'll do it to us. If they do it to Brittany, they'll do it to us. If they do it to this white woman, this Mexican, this black dude, this Asian dude might try to do it to us, the minority women. So we got to pay attention. So you got the luxury as a man to say, ooh, I ain't got to worry about white women. But see, we got that shit hints us. That shit kind of tips us off. Oh, the white boys is playing these games. The non-white boys might try to get some games that we got to pay attention to. Why couldn't a man be a victim of that? I'm a woman, so I'm never going to think of it from a man point of view, just like you never think of it from a woman's point of view. So I'm telling you why I have to pay attention to white women. I can't, you saying you ignore them. You saying you ignore them and you have the luxury of saying, oh, I don't pay attention to the brainwashing of white women focused things. I don't have to pay attention to that. That is a privilege to be able not to have to worry about white women. I don't worry about white women enough to dismantle, to not worry about the other people, but I have to pay attention to what's happening with white women, particularly around things about their controlling of their assets, controlling of their lives, because those kind of tactics can be flipped and used against us by non-white people too. It's not saying that it doesn't happen to men. That's why I said Michael Jackson, because anybody with money can be a target of that. That's why I brought up Michael Jackson. That's why I brought up why did it happen to them? Oh, y'all, some of y'all are y'all need to refresh because we is not talking about Florida no more, and we is not talking about the Pride documentary no more. Her name is Barbara Elaine Smith. Who is Barbara Elaine Smith? I know Barbara Smith, the black feminist icon, Combahee River Collective, Kitchen Table Press, Barbara Smith. Who is the Barbara Smith you talk about? It's like the I Care a Lot movie. Yeah, with the I like that. I care a lot. The white girl taking over the people's lives. B. Smith is another example of sticky conservatorship. I don't know the B. Smith. What is that? I really want to know. I can see if it's a it's strange for me that it's a celebrity because they have so much money that they can pay for counsel, protective counsel. Like, yo, let me talk to a lawyer how to stop these motherfuckers from taking over my money. Like, they have certain things that can protect them, access to that. I can see some old woman that don't nobody know in the nursing home getting taken advantage of. I can see that. But Britney Spears, a young woman, it's very hard to explain. Yeah. It's so much tea that I don't understand with that. Oh, I know B. Smith. B. Smith is the lady that had dementia, and her husband, and his white wife, his I think that's a different I think that's a different scenario. She literally did have some mental capacity. She literally did have something that I think is shady that this white woman done moved in with them. I think that's shady, but she really did have a mental incapacity that, that some dementia, child. If she really did have something. Brittany didn't have shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's like she's still touring, still doing her thing, had a horrible breakup, but B. Smith, now that I know, now it's dinging to me who y'all talking about. um she really did have some dementia that stopped her from being or something that stopped her from taking care of herself. No, I don't think hers. I thought Brittany had. I don't know what Brittany has. I don't really know. But from what the one I didn't see all the other documentaries, but the one on Netflix that I watched, they showed that she had mental capacity. She might have went through, a breakup and da 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 da, but she didn't have anything that was to the level of I need you to take over my estate. Like what the doctor said on there, he was like, usually people who you take over their estate are people he said this is what he directly said. He says, I have never met somebody who needed a conservatorship that had a job, because people who need a conservatorship, they can't keep a job because their mental capacity cannot keep a job. Brittany was still working, still doing tours, still doing interviews, still working. Like she was somebody who could take care of herself, still doing the things that celebrities do that you need your mental wits about you to do. So the doctor was like, I don't understand why she needed a conservatorship. But they were saying that she was mentally unable to be able to do her job to take care of her estate. And so it felt like a setup. It didn't feel like Brittany had shit wrong with her. It felt like they were saying she did so they could take over her money. It's a privilege to have access to the cishet male fear to influence their behavior. As a gay black man who isn't passing, I don't usually have a seat at the table with cis het men. I don't. Uh, was I supposed to? What was I supposed to do with that? I don't know. You wanted me to see it. What was I supposed to do with it? Just read it? Okay, I read it. Okay. So yes, I didn't know anything about Britney's it didn't look like Britney had anything going on that would make that where she was so bad that she would be able to not take care of herself. I'm insensitive to what is going on concerning Britney. I have nothing. She has had babies, traveled the world, owned a Grecian resort, has two restaurants, married, divorced, shaved her head bald. Yeah, I was just bored and I was on Netflix and I just watched it. And just I wanted to understand how somebody could just how she got in the situation. How somebody can just take because what I knew of conservatorship, like just hearing about um conservatorship and how that works. I have only heard of conservatorship in the sense of a mentally disabled person. And so to me, when I hear Britney in interviews, when I hear her talking, I don't get mentally disabled to the level that I have seen. I just haven't seen it. You said I can ignore the new ways men attack women because I'm a man and that's a privilege. I'm pointing out the privilege women have in accessing and influencing cishet men. Hmm. I don't get the correlation. If you can ignore what's going on in women's lives, that's a privilege. So I don't know what the correlation between those two, the first sentence of what you said and the last one. That is a privilege. If you can ignore what's going on with women and how they're being taken over, if you can ignore, if you can have the choice to ignore it, that's a privilege. I'm pointing out the privilege women have in accessing and influencing cishet men. Hmm. I don't know how that points that out. What you said earlier. I don't know how does it point that out? Because I don't understand why you don't have it's a privilege to have access to cishet men's fear to influence their behavior. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know who that is. You don't have a dad. You don't have brothers. What do you mean by that? Like you don't have access to cishet men at all? Is that what you mean? I'm confused because I know a lot of gay men with access to cishet men, even the the snappy ones that have access to their behavior to influence their behavior. We look at Lil Boosie. His behavior is being influenced by Little Nas all the time. So I'm not really for sure what you mean about you not having access to cishet men. Like you're not in community with cishet men at all. Yeah. All right. It's the African spirituality in New Orleans. It's a lot of gender fluidity. Yes, that is true. Y'all need to refresh because y'all are still talking about New Orleans. Y'all, something's going on with y'all stuff. She was even forced to keep in a IUD or she couldn't get her kids. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, they're extra. Yeah, the way they described it, she was hustled out of her control. I want to make that clear. The way they described it in this documentary on Netflix, she was hustled by her father and some church folks and some lawyers and some psychologists that were paid off to get. She was hustled into the position that she was in, and they were explaining how. That's where I got from the documentary. She was hustled into it with the it was a combination of people. Her father, her sister, her mother, her some church lady, that was connected to her father, some lawyer, a doctor. Like, she was hustled into this situation. So apparently, a trans woman by the name of Keir Solomon passed away in Chicago, was murdered in Chicago a couple of nights ago, which would make her like the 38th woman that was murdered this year. I'm getting the news right now. Would this be considered gaslighting from the people manipulating her environment and living conditions? Yes, the real textbook definition of, a lot of people use gaslighting and that's not really what it is. Um, but yeah, the textbook definition of gaslighting. Um, yeah. Yeah, it says, I haven't done any research, but I'm getting Chicago. Thank you, Kenneth. I just got a donation. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You claim the Britney issue was a unique woman issue, and I would disagree. It's daughter and dad, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh, I don't even know what you're talking about. Where did I claim that the Britney issue was a uniquely woman issue? I literally brought up Michael Jackson, who is not a woman. Literally said, why isn't it happening to da 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 da? I didn't say conservatorship or being hustled out of your control of your money was unique woman. You brought up, you said, I ignore white women. Let me reread what you said. Let's scroll up. You said, I'm not watching stuff that continues the brainwashing focus on white women, damsel in distress, which is why I ignored that missing white girl story. You made it a specific woman issue. I did not make it a specific woman issue. You, with that statement, said the continued brainwashing of white women damsel in distress. You made it a woman issue. I did not. And in response to that, I told you it is a privilege for you to ignore what's going on with white women. I did not say that what we are talking about with Britney Spears was only a woman issue. I didn't really make it a gender thing anyway. I literally said, it's interesting. I wonder why it doesn't happen to Britney Spears. I mean, Michael Jackson and other people with money. I literally said multiple people. I was literally talking it from a class issue. Other people with money. You made it a woman thing by saying it was brainwash focused on white women damsel in distress. You did that. So don't put words in my mouth. I didn't make it a uniquely woman issue. You did. When we started talking about Britney Spears, you said, you said that. You called it a brainwashing focus. A brainwashing focus on white women damsel in distress. Like are you not following your own conversation and points that you are making? Are you not? And you can't run my mind into circles. One thing about men that I hate is you can't do that to me. You may do it to the young girls and the women or the gay boys you hang out with because you said you a black gay man. You may can do it to them. You can't run my brain into circles. I know what you said. I read what you said clearly. You can't make my brain and make me go all over the place and be like, oh, you're confusing me. No, I know what you said, and I know what I said. You were just like probably why you think your mama is a misandrist and toxic feminist, because your brain, exactly what I said. Your mama could be a reasonable feminist, but because you hate women, you're calling her a toxic feminist. Which is why in 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 this in this realm of talking about Dave Chappelle, which is why I said what I said about him. Y'all don't have the mental capacity to look past your maleness. Y'all don't have it. And so anything seems like misogyny to you. But that's what you said. You said you ignore them. You ignore white women's issue, just like, so you made it a collectively white women's issue. When we were talking about Britney Spears, you said, I ignore the white brainwash focus of damn white women damsel in distress, since we were talking about Britney. And then you said, just like the white woman that was missing. So you made it a collective white woman thing. You did. Ready Rock, is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Are you back? Are you back, honey? Is that the tea? Did you come with a new name? Because I don't know why. I did make it a collective white woman thing. Yes, but you see how you made me do that? You see how you tried to flip it on me and say that I claim that the Britney issue was a uniquely woman issue, and I would disagree. You said you would disagree. It's a daughter and dad, not a boyfriend and girlfriend. When none of that had anything to do with what I said, you made it a collective white woman thing. And I told you that it is a privilege, and you try to separate yourself from cishet black men. Oh, I don't have the privilege of being at the table with cishet black men, while you're doing the exact same thing that cishet black men do. Oh, I don't deal with those women, those toxic feminists, those misandrists, the white woman damsel in distress, all that woman stuff. you're for you not to be at the toxic cishet table, you sure acting like them, bruh. You sure got it down packed. So you clearly have access for them to train you to be doing all of this stuff that you're doing, because you're doing it quite to the T, my gay black male brother. You doing it perfectly for you not to have access to the cishet male table, because you not a passing gay. You show acting just like them, boss. You think gay men benefit from patriarchy? I fucking do, and will continue to. And if you don't understand patriarchy, say that, because that's clearly what you're saying. If you don't understand how patriarchy works, if you have listened to me for as long as you've been here and you haven't learned anything, why are you here? If you don't understand how patriarchy works and you don't understand how gay men benefit from patriarchy, then you don't understand patriarchy. And I'm not about go read some books, because I'm not about to spend time with your silly self, because you're silly. At this point, it's silly. Ask your gay brothers. Ask some of your gay brothers, not all of them, but ask some of your gay brothers. If you don't understand how gay men benefit from patriarchy, then I don't know how to child, I don't know how to even explain that. That's such a yes, that is a 101 question. Right. You think most gay men have access to power? I did not say that. That's what you think. I think men of all kind benefit from patriarchy. There are ranges. You may not have the full benefit of a cisgender heterosexual white man, but as a black gay man, you do have some benefits of patriarchy. Period. I don't know. I don't know how you're not understanding, but there are plenty of books for you to understand how patriarchy works. Plenty. If you don't understand nuance, if you don't understand things, then examples of what? How can you understand how patriarchy works if you don't understand how a black gay man can benefit from patriarchy just from being a male? Even trans men can benefit from patriarchy. Come on now, somebody. Anybody who navigates this world as a man can benefit from patriarchy. You may not benefit from it at the same exact levels as a cis heterosexual masculine man, but you benefited just by navigating the world. You can tip through the world without the problems of a woman. You a gay man, you can tip down the street without thinking, with having the body of a man, and not get the same response that a woman can get. Because there's going to be some people who might not fuck with you because you a whole man. If I try to rape you, I might get beat up. You think people are not fearful of a 6'5" femme man? You think a 5'6" buff ass man is not gonna be treated like a 5'6" buff ass man? I know tons of big ass femme men that don't get bullied because they a big ass femme man. And niggas will be like, oh, now that nigga will kick your ass. I've seen this with my own eyes, so I don't know where you getting this from. Being down low is a form of gay male privilege. That is ways that it could be. RuPaul scares no one. RuPaul is skinny, dressed brightly colored. If you're a regular man, if you're a regular gay man and somebody sees you as a man, you still will be treated and respected as a man. Even RuPaul, there is a beautiful, this is beautiful. This is so beautiful. I'm glad that you brought up RuPaul. RuPaul has a master class that he is promoting. Well, hold on. Even RuPaul benefits from male privilege. Let me give you a perfect example that RuPaul gave you himself. Look at the master class promotion for RuPaul. RuPaul tells you, let me tell you something that will change your life. This is RuPaul. RuPaul said, you have to wear a suit. And they were like, why do you have to wear a suit? Da, 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 da. Because when you have a suit on, people respect you as a man. People respect you more. They treat you differently when you have your suit on. He recognized that when he has on a suit, people responded to him differently as a man. That is a privilege. Whether he's gay or straight, whatever he is, when he knew and recognized that when he has on a suit, he is treated differently as a man than when he has on something that's not a suit. When he comes in the room, he's respected as a man in a suit. Now, this is out of RuPaul's mouth. All the male privilege on earth doesn't position gay men above women in society. So in the 70s, when women couldn't even get property or credit cards, but gay white men who pretended to be straight could, and even the ones when they came out the closet could get a credit card and could get property to benefit them, was that not a privilege that put them above women? Just because they were a man? When the men could work in jobs that were not when the gay men could work at jobs that were not a secretarial job in the 70s and the 80s when they weren't secretaries, when women could only get secretary jobs and gay men could move up in the company because they were a man? That wasn't a privilege. We had a whole gay man, J. Edgar Hoover, who was fucking above the who was over the FBI. Gay men could move in spaces as men. Women couldn't. Was that not a privilege? When men, gay ones included, when they left during the whole war and they left and went to war and the women had to take over jobs, when the men came back from the war, guess who could come back to jobs when they kicked women out and sent them back to the house? And sent them back to the house. Sent them back to the kitchen to cook and clean. Guess who could come into the jobs when the women could get kicked out? Gay men. Just because they was a man. Are you not getting the difference in privilege? Is it not registering? Are you having fun playing Oppression Olympics? Because we can continue. Are you not understanding how this works? You pretend gay men were being hired to begin with, but they were. It's literally documented that gay men were working. Let me suggest a book for you. The U.S. the queer history of the United States. It's called The Queer History of the United States. Gay men were working, baby. Gay men were owning property and businesses when women could not. Oh, you know who? Which is another great book. The Deviant Wars by Eric Servini. Gay men were working even through their oppression. They were working. You gotta understand nuance, baby. But what that have to do? But carpe diem. What does that have to do with the oppression of women? That is a true statement. What you're saying, but that has nothing to do with whether or not you have the benefits of patriarchy. Because, and if you know, Pose points this out too, because of the class benefits that rich white gay men had, the class benefits of their maleness and their class that got them in positions, a lot of them had access to medications that they could pass on to other patients. Y'all receive the majority of funding for sexual health initiative. Oh my God. Let's talk about sexual health. All the HIV medications do not get tested on women. AFAB people, they don't get tested on them to see how they work for them. The PrEP commercials literally tell you this medication was not tested on people who were assigned female at birth. Fuck them. But this medication is for people, men who have sex with men, or men who was born men, assigned male at birth. It literally says we didn't even care enough about women, even though Black women are some of the highest rates of new cases. We didn't give a fuck about people assigned at birth enough to even test them. That's a privilege that your maleness has benefited you. That's a patriarchal benefit, baby. Carp. You don't think prep being made for males is not a patriarchal benefit? Tested and made for males? That's not a patriarchal benefit? Nobody is saying gay men are equal to straight men. Nobody has said that at all. You totally right. But we are higher than women, cis and trans. That is the point. And that can wax and wane based on the benefits of other identities. Because there are going to be some, I'm not saying you as a black gay man have more power than Laura Bush. No, I'm not saying you have more power than her. But you have privileges that revolve around your maleness. You have patriarchal privileges that revolve around your maleness, baby. Male privilege affects all institutions. If you can't see that, then you haven't done the work, baby. It's just simple as that. And explain to me why. That's a perfect example. Why prep works for your gay ass and not women. Class and caste create range. Absolutely. Why is prep good for you and not women? And you have privileges around womanhood. Absolutely. But not the Trump male privileges. I have not denied any privilege. I have not. But because he thinks feminist ideology is toxic, because he thinks feminist ideology is misandry, I feel sorry for his mother. Now we see why you think your mother is a toxic feminist. I can only imagine having a child like you who does not understand male privilege. I I see why you call her a toxic feminist. I'm pretty sure I'm a toxic feminist to you as well. Women don't get charged or sentenced less accountability. You are protected to a large degree and have access to cis het male power. Gays are cast out. Are you serious? How delusional are you? You have to be delusional. Not with you. Based on what you're saying, no, I don't think I can't trust anything you say. Not just that, Jewel, not just those 38 trans women, but what about the women who are murdered by intimate partners when they date men? What about the women who are underpaid for the same job that they have as men? There are literally gay men who have more power, financial power than women, just because they're a male. Dave Chappelle never got hate for shading gay men. All of Dave Chappelle's jokes revolve around women, lesbian women, and trans women. Dave Chappelle literally brought up um the baby who was getting consequences, who was getting consequences around talking about gay men sucking dick in a parking lot and HIV people, AIDS people dying within 2 weeks. Kevin Hart literally lost his Oscar job, which Dave Chappelle brought up as well, lost his Oscar job because he was saying some anti-gay male shit, talking about beating his son if he was gay. So this fake, this fake protection, um, this fake, oh, when they talk about gay men, there's no consequences. That's fake and a lie. There's literally tons of people, particularly black men, when they talk about gay men, when they don't have enough power to protect them, money and power to protect themselves, that do get canceled in consequences. So if you're acting like they don't get consequences, then you're lying. Isaiah Washington calling somebody a faggot on calling a gay boy a faggot, right? And now he's blackballed from Community. Well, he just was on a gay man's show. So his career is back. Remember, Chrisette Michelle's is not. Isaiah Thomas, his career is back. Um, Dave Chappelle has not been canceled. He still has he still has a new Netflix that just came out. So literally, he has not got any consequences. He still is rich. He's still getting Netflix deals, still getting specials. Kevin Hart, he did lose the Oscar job, but he still got movies coming out. He just had a Netflix movie too, still doing his thing. Um, but yes, Isaiah Thomas literally is on a gay man show, P Valley. He's literally on a gay man produced and directed show. So his career's still going. So ain't no real consequences when they call him out for anything. But they do get called out. But the women, they still not working. When they get consequences, they still not working. But okay, since we talk about the gender thing, playing himself, I might add, yes, and yes, and playing a character that is anti-gay, which is what he got. It's insulting to the LGBT to have Isaiah on the LGBT themed show. I don't know. I thought that was an interesting choice too, but he was playing an anti LGBT person. But I'm tired of Miss So. What's up with them greens? Should I finish P Valley? I like P Valley. I enjoyed it. Um, I'm just lost. Do you think Dave Chappelle is proudly a bigot or just trying to do edgy humor to get attention? It seems like he is happily to proclaim. I feel like both. I feel like he's both. Yes, P Valley is coming with another season. Yeah, P Valley is a fun show. It's fun. I'm don't expect to get all like fire ass acting and shit like that. It's just fun. It's just fun to watch. It's interesting. I really enjoy the relationship between I really enjoy the relationship between what's the little masculine gay boy that likes um oh Lord. Wild Reed, darling. Little Murder. Yes, Wild Reed, darling. If you can't understand the nuances of oppression, say that. Let me understand something. So let me say something to you. So I am a trans woman. Okay. There is a level of oppression that comes with being a trans woman. Okay. But guess what? I am a light skinned trans woman. You see this? This is light skin. If you look at all of the women, the trans women who have been murdered, are they lighter or darker than me? Go look at pictures of trans women that have been murdered. Are they lighter or darker than me? I really want you to do that. They are darker. Thank you. They are darker than me. So, what I have to understand as a light skinned black trans woman, that although I am extremely oppressed by being a trans woman, I am not as oppressed as a darker skinned trans woman. There are going to be many things that we have in common. There's going to be, I could even say that I think just like, I could say this. Look at the successful trans women. Are they lighter or darker than me? If you look at the numbers, like, is Janet Mock lighter or darker than me? Is Laverne Cox lighter or darker than me? Is T.S. Madison lighter or darker than me? Is Angelica Ross lighter or darker than me? Um, name some. Those are the famous ones that I know, like really, really high end famous ones, getting getting Emmys and shit. Most of them are darker than me. So on one end, I can almost make the argument, incidental argument that, oh no, colorism isn't affecting me. Look at all these dark skinned, beautiful trans women that are creating success, that are creating success. Look at all these dark skinned people darker than me. Oh, colorism doesn't exist. No, look at all these incidents of success of dark skinned trans women being successful, even more successful than me. I can play that card. Amaya Scott, darker than me. I can play that. I can be stupid. I can play that card if I'm dumb and don't understand colorism. I can be stupid and I can say, oh, look at colorism doesn't exist in our community. No. No, it doesn't exist. Look at all these successful dark-skinned black trans women that are more successful than me. I can play that stupid card like you're doing. But the truth of the matter is, when it comes to the oppression, there are many dark-skinned trans women that are being oppressed way more than I am. That's why when you see their deaths, they're gonna be dark. Not all of them, but 90% of them are dark skinned, darker than me. That's because my color gives me a privilege. People treat me more tenderly. People treat me different. And that comes with a privilege. Does my color outweigh my trans oppression? I don't think so. No. I'm still a trans woman, so I get fired from jobs, I get treated, da 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 da. But this is one part of my life that gives me a privilege. This is one part of my life that when I go in a room, I'm not worried about if they're going to think negative about me, about my skin. Now, a white person, sure, maybe, because racist is gonna be racist to all of us. But when I come in the room of black people, this is gonna put me somewhere. This is gonna put me somewhere in the social hierarchy, and this is not going to make them treat me bad. I don't have to worry about this being my downfall. Do I have to worry about my transness being my downfall? Fuck yes. When I come in a room of black people, my transness might trump this. But you know what it's gonna do? It's gonna say, oh my God, you're a trans woman, but you're so light-skinned and pretty. So I might treat you nice because you light-skinned and pretty. I might. It don't always save me, but I might. But if this is a colorist and a dark-skinned trans woman coming, oh hell no, definitely your black ass. So I give that as an example. You as a gay man, yes, your gayness may sometimes trump. It may be something that brings you a lot of trauma and a lot of harm and a lot of disadvantages. But you know what's something that doesn't bring you a disadvantage at all? Your maleness, baby. No, not in this world that privileges men. Sorry, you don't have to worry about your maleness stopping you from getting something. Again, the shark in the toxic water. I talk about this so much. You do look biracial. I get it, sis. I don't know. I think I look black, but I don't know. I may look biracial to some. But what I'm telling you is this privileges me. And you might not get it and I can be a person that focuses all on my transness. Oh, my transness. I don't have any other privileges. No, my transness has affected my life so bad. And that could be true. But there has been things that I didn't have to worry about. I didn't have to worry about the color of my skin with black people because black people always have said something very positive about my skin. I'm in the community with black people. So that's just something that has always happened. So I hope you learn from that. I don't know. You might not, but so I don't understand. That is my own personal nuance of my matrix of domination and oppression and privilege and da 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 da. This is one of my privileges. Shared growing up as a feminine boy. Oh, Mr. Like I Do It. I am so glad that you brought that up because that is another perfect example of male privilege that I can speak to myself because I transitioned at 13. Between 13 and 16, because I started hormones in 16, there was this very nuanced area. Prior to 13, it was boy. But in 13 to like 16, it was this very girl, what is you doing? But let's say from 12 to 16, okay? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about it. Let me give you some nuance since you don't understand that. So, when I would come in contact with police, now we know how police treat black males, okay? So, anybody who is a black male, let me correct that. Let me nuance that a little bit. I'm saying black male because I'm speaking from a black male position at the time. But anybody who's black of all genders know that cops treat you differently when they pull you over. We look at Sandra Bland. We look at how they talk to you, how disrespectful they are, blah, 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 blah. We know that's a race thing, right? That happens to the women. That happens to the men. But I know that when you are a woman getting pulled over by a cop, you have a higher likeliness to be sexually assaulted by a cop than a black man has. A black man has to be worried about being unfairly arrested, drugs being planted on him. Women have to worry about that too. He gonna be more aggressive with you, and might shoot you or something. Da, 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 da. Y'all have to worry about that. Black women have to worry, and they have to worry about, is this motherfucker gonna try to rape me? Because cop rape the Ohio guy, the Asian and black, Asian and white Ohio guy. That was one example. But there's tons of research around women being sexually assaulted by cops. So, women, the privilege of you as a gay man. Now, this is my own experience. It's anecdotal, but gay men, tell me if this is correct. When I was younger and come in contact with cops, in my experience, when I cut on my faggot, they treated me totally different and not in a negative way. Now, I don't know what's that about, but I've seen it happen multiple times with me and other gay men. When gay men cut on their yes, ma'am, honey, girl, sir, oh, hey, officer, the cops get less aggressive. When they cut on their femme and they're not thinking of them as just an aggressive black hood nigga, and they thinking of them as a sweet thing, they treat you different. Oh, this is a weak kind of man. I have seen it with my own experience, and I have seen it watching other people engage with cops. When cops see you as an effeminate man, now this may be anecdotal, but y'all tell me, gay men, tell me if I'm wrong or right. If you act like a hood thug nigga, they gonna keep the aggression on. But if you get to, hey, hey, officer, oh my God, I didn't even know I ran that red light. Oh, I'm so sorry. When you cut the gayness on, they don't be as aggressive. In my experience with cops, that was a privilege for me. When I became a woman, it became sexual. It became sexual. It started to be, I have to risk, if I say that I'm a trans woman, it becomes sexual. If them thinking I'm a cis woman, it becomes sexual. I'm the sexual harm heightens when I became a woman. How I'm being touched, how I'm being felt, how I'm being treated. When I'm a woman, the sexual thing, being raped, the risk of being raped, the risk of being groped, the risk of being touched was way higher than when I was a gay male. I've given you multiple examples. I haven't given you a single example. I've given you multiple examples throughout this conversation. Cops and prison guards do abuse cis trans women more. True. There are multiple examples in the world where you, as a male person, are privileged more than women. There are multiple examples in the world where you, as a male person, are privileged more than women. This does not negate your oppression. This does not negate harm and trauma that comes to you. I don't understand why you don't understand that. I'm not saying, and other people are not saying that you do not receive oppression, but your maleness is something that privileges you. There are going to be ranges. There are going to be times when there are women in this society because of class. There are going to be some women that have more power than you in this society because of their class. That's how much money they make, basically. In certain situations, because of their race, they can have more power because their race can put them in another class. That's why Karens, if you're a black male and you're tipping down the street, gay or straight, remember the bird watching gay dude? She could use her race to try to harm you with the police. There are going to be moments, many, many moments, where a woman can have more power than you because of her class and race. There are going to be some times where there are moments, but there are going to be times when you have more power than her in certain circumstances. Women's desirability to men puts them in a position over gay men. We are disposable. Women are not. My maleness does not save me from most things as men. That's just not true. Desirability is not the only way to get social hierarchy. Being a man, I literally just sat here and told you how women couldn't even get credit cards and they were still desirable. They couldn't own property. They couldn't get credit cards. They couldn't get jobs. They can't get a higher wage than men. All the stuff that gay men can do and have been able to do. And they were desirable all this time. And you still, as a gay man, would have had more power than them. I gave that is the perfect example. There are situations where women cannot go up. There is a glass ceiling that you can go through because you are a man. And desirability has nothing to do with it. Desirability is often the root cause of their oppression. Boom. Now, that is a double-edged sword. Now we're not gonna gaslight Wild Read about that. Because there is privilege and disadvantages that comes with desirability. There is particular social capital. We just talked about colorism. When you align with a specific Eurocentric type of beauty, that you can get some social capital from that beauty. But guess who you are getting the social capital from? Males. Because of desirability. But that's because they have the capita. As a male, you can get in those doors because the gender glass ceiling is not there for you. You can move up. I just sat here and said it. I have repeated it. There are many things that you have privileges to because of your maleness. Higher pay. They have the capital to be able to give it. Absolutely. Yes, but is weaponizing desirability against an oppressor the same as being oppressive? No. It's so wild to catch members of an oppressed group bend like Neo in the Matrix to miss those check your privilege bullets. Baby. Ain't even bending. He like Neo at the end. Stop the whole bullets in the air. He like, no, desirability. No. But the difference is that we got research that you can look up. We got the numbers. We got the numbers. We got the numbers. Who get paid more, male or females? Who's been the president of the United States, male or females? Who get paid more, gay men or gay women? This nigga said males work harder. Child. Child. Woo. Child, child, child. All right. What else y'all want to talk about? Because these niggas is lost in the motherfucking sauce. Yeah, y'all just being extra. Yeah, now y'all just getting weird. Yeah, that's just what yeah, you just being weird. She is not ignoring it. She literally said our oppression as gay men is valid. Literally said it multiple times. I've said it multiple lives. Actually clarified that more than once. Yeah. You just don't like women. And you want to play victim, but you don't like them. God gave males more talent and more muscles, but that don't mean they use them. And where you get more talent from? I don't know about muscles. I can say muscles. You know, testosterone builds muscles more for men. It does. But talent, yeah, you're just a misogynist. Yeah, it's getting weird now. You don't. That's just what it is. You don't like women. That does, baby. That literally what you're saying. Reed hasn't said anything like carp. Carp, you getting weird. Reed is just um Reed is letting his gay oppression put blinders on him where he can't understand how he is privileged in being a male. He in the same way we were talking about Dave Chappelle. So by that logic, you don't like gay men. But I haven't said anything about gay men having any problem with me. I haven't said anything about what what would I haven't said anything that would imply that I don't like gay men. Anything. He thinks he's the low of the low. Yes, he thinks that because he's a gay black male, he's somehow on the bottom of the his maleness is negated, which is you know, Reed, you got a lot of airtime this evening. See, yeah, you gotta read more, baby. I promise I think that's Ready Rock. Well, so we as gay men in the same circles as straight men, I don't see how you are I feel like you are either your intelligence level in regards to your comprehension skills are like way lower than I'm giving you credit for. But I literally have clarified multiple times how you don't have access to the privileges of a cishet straight man. I have said that multiple times, and yet and still here you are, um, saying that we as gay men are in the same circles as straight men. Nobody said that. Nobody in the comments said that. And you are being purposefully obtuse. And so the question is, why are you being purposely obtuse? Like, what is wrong? Like, what is like like you know what's wrong? The fact that everyone remembers Ready Rock's name, that Reed was legendary. Ah, but you have more access than trans women. It's simple as women have access to cishet men and their power because their desire of women. You put desirability too far. You think the strength of desirability is too far. You think it negates your male privilege, and it does not. Women who are not desire you as gay men, there's women who are not desirable that you have more power because you're a male. That you have more power and privilege because you're a male. So desirability is not across the board, but your maleness is. Why is your ability to survive contingency on the partner? And what sex is that partner? Male. What you are proving, cishet men, because they are male and have access to those privileges, males have the access. And so what about white gay men who are rich, who have access to spoil you as a black gay man? Because I know you have seen these videos with black gay men talking about, nigga, I have me a white husband and you are jealous of me, baby. I have a white husband who takes care of me, a rich white man who takes care of me. Does that negate his gay disadvantage because he has a white husband, because his white husband desires him? Because his white gay husband desires him, it negates all of the negativity that comes with him being a gay. So because of his desirability from this rich white gay man, that negates all of that? I don't think so. Desirability doesn't save you from things. And for some reason in your mind, you think that it does. Women were sugar babies long before gay men could obtain any level of access to have a male sugar baby. Then you really don't know. Then you really don't read and don't know none of your gay history. Gay men were literally concubines with women, literally made into eunuchs so they couldn't fuck women, but they could get fucked in their ass. Literally in kingdoms taking care of harems. As long as pussy has been sold, booty hole has been sold too. You clearly don't know your history in gay men when it comes to gay men being a part of sex work and being desired. Because they always, booty holes been sold just as long as pussy when we talk about desirability. Gay men has always had access to rich. Gay men has always had access to rich men because they could be in the room. They could be in the room talking with the men. The women couldn't even be in the room. Read the history of pussy. I don't know if that's a real book, but that's funny. Read is ridiculous. I want to know, what does he think is the reward for getting gold in the oppressive Olympics? It's available on Amazon. Is that a real book or for real? Okay. I was like, that is so funny. Now we need to make that a book, Joelle. We need to make that a book. That needs to be a book. We in the room only if you pass, and that is a lie. That is a lie. Like, there is like history of men. Alexander the Great lost his empire because of a fucking some gay booty hole he was chasing. Know your history. A openly filmed gay man. The sequel is The Bussy Burden. Yes, come on. We need to create this motherfucking honey, these are works. These are works. We need to create these books, child. These needs to be works. It's the contemporary history, Diamond. You don't know your gay history, baby. If you don't understand how gay men were in the room, openly gay men were in the room making decisions when women weren't. In Greek, in European history, in African history. Oh, I'm stealing. I'm stealing. We're gonna have to get credit. We're gonna have to share credit, baby. The history of the bussy, part one, and the bussy burden, part two, baby. The bussy burden. And we're gonna have in the inside on the hard book, on the hard copy, dedicated to what is it? Wild read. the the Bussy Chronicles. The coldest bussy ever. Sister Soldier Bussy. That's gonna be my fake author name. Sister Soldier Bussy. The coldest bussy ever, baby. This is gonna be fire. Baby, I'm gonna crack up. So where's the wait list? I know, honey, we need to make it, baby. This is gonna be these are gonna be bestsellers, clearly, because clearly the kids don't know their history. Clearly the kids are too oppressed. in their life that they don't know the power of their pussies. We gotta make them a book called Rich Pussy, Poor Pussy. Rich Pussy, Poor Pussy. To teach them how to come up. To teach them how to come up on their pussy, baby. Baby. The Bussy Chronicles, baby. I want to be the Bussy Book Club president. We teach our pussy to shrink ourselves. To make our pussy smaller. Woo, baby. Ooh. The miseducation of the boy pussy. The miseducation of the pussy, baby. Oh, baby. Y'all are silly, baby. Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. It's reading rainbow. Baby. Oh God. Oh God. Oh man. But yes, Reed, I hope that you I don't know. I hope the Lord blesses you in your the perks of being a wild pussy. Woo! Oh my God. Y'all have cackled me this evening. I remain unconvinced. That's okay, darling. I remain educated about the nuances of oppression, and you do not. You remain whatever you are. But somebody listening to this will be like, aha, oh wow, aha, I got it. I get it. Mm. I have given Carp before Carp got all weird with the whole men have more talent and muscles when he before he got all weird. He was on your side trying to help you out. He was trying to help you out and ask for examples, and I gave you examples of how it just works out for you as a male. It just works out, but it's okay. Mm. The benefit of of talking. So this is why sometimes, particularly in the like right after we got to our through our Dave Chappelle conversation, particularly because of that, we 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 needed something to talk about, and he gave us something to talk about, and it's okay. Somebody is going to watch this and learn. Somebody's going to learn. Understand. Somebody is going to learn. I've had so many people, if you go to past lives that I have kept up, they will go down, they be in the comments, say, damn, I didn't even know that. Damn, I didn't even think about that. Man, damn, you right. It happens all the time. So even though Reed has not been convinced, has not learned anything in what he says, um what he say, I've listened to Diamond for years, so I haven't taught him anything in years, clearly, about the nuances of oppression. He has not learned anything in these years. Um, somebody will be listening and they will say, I learned something tonight. I definitely learned more tonight. See? Somebody even learned now. But somebody will watch this and they will hit me up. This happens at least once every 2 weeks. Somebody new, because this is a video about Dave Chappelle. They will come watch it and they will hit me up and say, "Damn, I didn't know this. I didn't. Somebody didn't know about Tyra Hunter. I talked about Tyra Hunter earlier. Somebody didn't know about her. It's so many. Somebody didn't know that New Orleans was the queer mecca before San Francisco in the late 1800s. There are so many things that people won't know. Somebody will listen to the examples of how gay men can be privileged in a world that is geared towards patriarchy and learn something and take those examples and run and do better. Reed will be a wild reed stuck in the mud in the wind. The winds will blow and the wild reed will be sit there in the mud, stuck in his same place forever and ever, like this. The wind will blow and he'll be still stuck in the mud. Right there. Okay, so Wild Read, the world is geared more towards straight men, but it is geared towards men, period. It is geared more towards straight men than it is gay men, but the world is still geared towards men. But I understand you don't understand that nuance because we have spent an hour explaining it to you. Um, Black girl magic isn't even privilege, it's a response to oppression. Oh, hallelujah. Do you turned into Iyanla Van Zant for a minute there for me? Work. Come on now. Just as in Afghanistan and the Middle East, and gay men could drive in the Middle East when the women could not. You remember in the Middle East when the women couldn't drive? Guess who could drive? The gay men, the Bozzy boys, the gay men could drive. Privilege. Privilege. Example. Message. Queens can go out unaccompanied while women needed a chaperone. Message. Message. Gay men could vote in the Middle East while women couldn't up until a few years ago. Message. We're learning gay male privileges in the Afghanistan and in the Middle East. You see how you tried to make that point and everybody came back and said, not today's gay man. And you're still not convinced, baby. You're still not convinced. Women still get beat in the streets. There's literally video of it. But the gay men, while there is oppression over there for homosexuals, but they still get privileges for being a male. They could drive, they could vote, they could do all these amazing things. But you refuse to see that. You keep saying, "Oh, you're just distorting the reality to fit your narrative." But you're the only person that is distorting the reality by ignoring other people's oppression to make your oppression seem more valid. Boom. Oh, now it's equal. Oh shit. We done convinced him. Oh my God, he went from not at all to equal. we get it somewhere. Yeah, right. All right. Do we have anything else to talk about? Because it is 4 hours and I want to shut it off. But I can, if we have anything else to come back, I can shut it off and come back and we can talk about something else. We're not going to talk about Reed unless Reed have something else to talk about. We're not talking about your privileges as a male. Would y'all like to talk about? Ooh, Squid Game would be nice. Y'all want to talk about Squid Games? She literally said straight men have more privilege to us queer men. So what are you talking about? She never said we were the same as. We have repeated that multiple times, Maxwell, darling. Yes, I can keep this up. So yeah, we can talk about Squid Games. That seems like fun. Has everybody watched it? I love to debate too, Dot Fresh. I don't mind it because I think debates we can go back and forth. Somebody listening and watching can learn, even if Reed does not. Somebody is gonna listen and learn. It's just that I wish we would have had this conversation way earlier I don't know if they'll get past the Dave Chappelle concert. Not concert, section. I got 4 episodes left in Squid Game. So do y'all want to wait for that and talk about something else? Just to give people a chance to watch it. Has everybody watched? Is it just one person who has not watched? No, I'm scary. Oh, Squid Game isn't about. Is it scary? It's not a horror. It's not horror. It's gruesome, but it's not horror. Like it's not a It's not like a I don't know. It's not horror to me. Hey Nunu, how are you? I haven't, but I want to know about it. Okay, we can. It's giving me Black Mirror tease. It's giving a long Black Mirror episode. It's giving the Korean Hunger Games indoors instead of outdoors. How many episodes is Squid Game? I heard it's violent. It is. It is violent. I want to hear about. Okay, so I'll cut this off and we can talk about Squid Games. God, I wanted to prepare for it. We'll just talk about it. All right, I'm gonna cut this off and go pee, get me some water, put something else on, and It should be about 5 minutes. All right, I'll see y'all. Thanks for an entertaining night. I'll be right back.